We're live.
I was gonna say, I'm just gonna go to sleep. See ya.
Not going
No,
to sleep this
no,
time.
you're not allowed.
Dang it.
All the
Alright.
laughing has begun again.
Previously on the Sane Glass Lands, the party, after meeting their first encounter by chance delivered to the astral plane, decided to band together and make their way north to the city of Estelheim for answers, to meet with a prophet known as Lady Eleanor of the Watchers of a New Dawn, instead of trying their hand with the Inari dynasty, who want the stone they're carrying, and the Ochre Kingdom, who will take it anyway. Along the way, you encountered bandits sent by the Cyclic Order, presumably, and we have under our belts the first and only stereotypical bandit encounter of this campaign. And continuing along the trail north to the primarily Tabaxi city of Ilisker in New Kylax, you encountered an overturned cart with an Orm-thrown wolf seated on a rock in the midst of a gorge above a river, who called out to you, mentioning that there were three gnolls hiding in some sort of hastily put together mock ambush, one of which was a flind, a large albino gnoll of quite concerning powers. Reed and the flind had a little gnoll off, and combat was initiated, upon which the Flind was briefly paralyzed by a hold person spell before breaking free. Alright. The Flind broke free of the hold person as the last turn of this combat. So we're moving on to you, Lorenz. What would you like to do? You can see
Okay.
this Flynn sort of rolling its muscular shoulders, whipping the three-headed flail it has along the ground, preparing to strike.
All right. As per the previous brief conversation that Lorenz had with Fenton, he is going to do another guiding bolt with Bardic Inspiration.
Go for it.
Hmm.
That will be a hit.
Okay.
Don't even have to use the inspiration.
Save it.
Why is this not working? Right. I'm doing this wrong.
Awesome.
Jesus.
A bolt of auroric, nebulous, cold shrieks out from behind the stone. Lorenz is standing behind and slaps the mole directly in the chest. You can see it stagger back, letting out a snarl that rapidly turns into a laugh, but sort of coughs, doubles over, spitting blood, and a little bit of ice on the ground. Is that your turn?
Okay. That is my turn.
Awesome. Fashko, you're up.
Alright, Guiding Bolt, next attack is advantage, right?
Absolutely, since the sort of clinging light from the Sororic spell makes it easier to show this thing's weak points where it's illuminated.
Alright, so at advantage. 15?
15 will hit.
Awesome. Alright. Hey, and it added the rage damage this time. Nice.
Awesome.
So it's going to be a total of 13 damage. Foshgrid kind of like jumps up, grabs onto the Flynn's arm that's holding its flail, and like bites into the wrist using the ensnaring property of biting. It's an athletics check to try to disarm the creature.
Awesome. Go ahead and make your athletics check. I believe since you are raging, you will do so at advantage.
16.
This thing is quite muscular. You bite into it, try to shake your head, but this thing is quite strong, sort of shoulders you, slams its arm on the ground, and it frees itself from your jaw. That is a failure.
You cannot death
Oh.
roll the Flint.
I will try. That is. Well, actually, after getting dropped off of it, I'm going to kind of roll over a little bit to the side.
Awesome.
Actually, can I squeeze past through here?
You can.
Okay. So, without breaking its reach, to get flanking with Reed.
Awesome.
That'll be my
Is it
turn.
your turn? Gotcha. Repositioning yourself after sort of causing more sort of dark red blood to flow from this thing's side.
How did it
Reed, you're
taste?
pretty revolting. There's sort of an acrid taste to this thing's blood that is quite uh, similar to something of an arcane nature. There is something foul tainting this thing's blood. A knoll is a knoll. It's not the most pleasant tasting, but there's something more about it.
Right.
All right, Reed, you're up.
Okay. Nope, I got this. Reed will wave the staff upwards with the distraction Foshka's creating, causing a whirl of spores to fly, shearing up the body of the Flint. I'd like to make a Constitution save.
That will be a 12.
All right, so it will take the 3 necrotic damage,
Awesome.
and I will grip my fist and pour energy into the spores, and in the air above us, but where the Flint is, I would like to create a burst of fairy fire. So,
Interesting.
a dexterity
Alright.
saving throw.
Dexterity saving throw from the Flint. That will be an 11.
That is another failure. So it is now marked in glowing little dots. It's been glitter bombed, and attacks against it have advantage.
All right.
If
What
I'm reading that
color
right,
is your fairy fire? Sorry?
if I'm reading that right, that means I have to make that save too, right? Each creature in the 20-foot cube.
It is a large creature, so it is taller than you, and Reed is casting it in the square above it. It is
Okay.
4 by 4. You are simply 1 by 1.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yep. I specifically aim to use the creature's size against it.
Awesome.
It's going to be kind of a dull green.
Sure thing.
To the color
A
theme.
dull green kind of spore, substance begins coagulating around it. How would you like to describe it?
Mm-hmm. And I do believe that is going to be my turn.
All right. There you are. You're up. There you are. Hello.
Yes, sorry. Hi, my mic was muted.
Yes.
I'm
What would you like to do?
healing word on chain.
Awesome.
Ooh.
For me.
Ooh.
Yay,
Very
Max.
nice. Very nice.
And that will be my turn.
Sure thing. You do have your actions, and Sealing Word is a bonus action if you would like to use it to cast a spell.
Oh. How far? 120 feet. Let me measure. Amazing. I'm gonna cast Firebolt.
Go for it. firebolt will hit.
You're rolling
Awesome.
max.
Max damage.
Excellent. Excellent.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is Hunter's Mark concentration?
Hunter's Mark is
Yes.
concentration. Awesome. Guided by the fairy fire, the bolt strikes true and strikes well. You can see it stagger off to the side, kind of grab the edge of this stone bridge and propel itself back up to a hunched standing position. Is that your turn?
Yes, that is my turn.
Awesome. Fenton, you're up.
Having just been taken to the air and immediately been hit with an arrow, Fenton's gonna drop back to the ground, kind of with a frantic look in his eyes, trying to catch his breath. Immediately gonna take the dodge action, just looking out, ready to not get hit again. And then with a pan flute in one hand, he's gonna take a couple deep, quick breaths and yank the arrow out of his shoulder as he plays a tune to cast Healing Word on himself.
Awesome.
And that's it.
Settling down to do a brief combat triage on yourself.
Another max roll.
You are rolling very well.
Heck yeah.
The two gnolls are up. This one will move slightly closer. It's going to kind of stand along the bridge side edge and knock another arrow and fire it out. It is going to aim at you, Foshka. That is going to
Bring
be a 10 to hit.
Does not hit.
Scatters across the ground. This one will stay here and still aim at you, Reed, with your Hunter's Mark on it. That is going to be a 14 to hit.
That will miss barely.
That will miss. It's just sinking into the shield at your side. Chain, you're up.
All right. Chain will take a step out and will throw a sonic blade at the Lind.
Go for it. You have advantage since it is at fairy fire.
Oh,
Oh, that's a natural.
Yeah.
Killing it.
oh yeah.
How would you like to do it?
So Chain's just gonna step out and seeing the kind of green light surrounding the giant creature that has had some sort of effect on Reed, he's going to throw his blade and it's gonna kind of go right into the side of the Lind's jaw.
You can hear a laugh as the psychic blade penetrates this thing's neck, and you can see its eyes sort of flay wide open, its mouth curl into a growl that turns into a laugh. You can see it begin to sort of claw at the psychic impression that was left in its body. I can see it kind of begin to keel over as it just wraps its hand around one of its jaw. You can hear the nails and claws puncture into the skin and pulls and pulls and pulls and scratches until the skin is sheared and you can see the bone cracking off. Just trying desperately to rid a blade that isn't there, but eventually falls over and twitches a bit and ceases to move.
Beautiful. And then Chain's gonna come back behind the rock and cut an action hide.
Awesome.
Casual assassination.
You are up.
That one stealth, love that.
You're too hyped up on your success.
Just hear like a little yes from behind the rock.
Immediately followed by, damn it.
Chain stubs his toe.
I see Lorenz typing. His mic is muted. I assume something is happening.
Are you alright, friends?
Oh,
That's alright.
the lizard
would
maid
you
is
like
visiting.
to would you like to type what you're doing here and roll? Go for it. Let me know what you're doing. Go for it. $17 will hit. Awesome. Pulling out your crossbow, sort of knocking it against the side of this rock and aiming. The bolt strikes true, sinking into the side of the snow. There's a yip as the bolt penetrates. That is going to be 8 points of damage. Nice.
Nice.
Is that your turn? Awesome. Foshka, you're up.
All right. With the flint dropping, I'm going to whip around and run up to this guy. And a reckless attack to bite him.
Awesome. That will hit.
All right.
And
For
that will
7
kill.
points. All right. Yeah, so just whipping around, dropping down, running across the bridge, up onto the railing, and just like pounce on this knoll, grabbing him around the throat, then dragging it back down onto the bridge and just shaking my head back and forth, thrashing its head.
Null eventually lies still.
So that was how much movement? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 35, 40. Yeah. So once it stops twitching, then drop it, let go, and then start moving towards the other one.
Awesome. Is it your turn?
That is my turn.
Reed, you're up.
Alright, let's see. Let's measure the distances. I'm going to grab 3 pebbles off the ground, just like debris from the bridge, and step forward onto the corpse of this Flind. Let's see, am I within? How do you get closer? And I'll, as a bonus action, cast Magic Stone on these pebbles.
Awesome.
And the pebbles, just like the staff, will go jagged and sharp. And with absolutely terrible form, I am going to just baseball toss one of these rocks at it.
Go for it. That will be it.
For 7 bludgeoning.
Awesome. Striking this knoll against the jaw.
That's my turn.
Awesome. There you're up.
Okay. I think I'm going to do Firebolt again.
Go for it. Wow.
What the?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Good rolls tonight.
Don't jinx us.
Wouldn't dream of
You
it.
jinxed
12
us.
points of damage, yeah. With the firebolt striking this thing to the side, you can hear it yell and tumble into the river, and the body sinks and does not thrash around. That is the end of initiative.
Before our luck runs out, let's really quick travel back and kill everyone in Pierce Mangrove.
Really quick.
Just a quick 20-minute adventure in and out.
Yep. As you do. Let me see.
I'm mad at myself for forgetting I had Bless when doing that athletics check.
All right. The Flind and the other 2 gnolls lie still. The caravan is still overturned, and you can see the arm-thrown wolf kind of sit up a little bit, peering, eyes squinting, furiously scribbling down on a piece of parchment. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna cut one of the ears off of the Flint.
You're welcome to.
Before I come out of the rage, I'm gonna run up behind this caravan and just looking to see if there isn't anybody else waiting in surprise.
You don't see anything else, just an overturned caravan. The caravan itself hasn't been damaged, but the horse has been absolutely gutted, quite literally.
Hmm.
But there are no gnolls.
And there's no sign that there is more than the ones that we just fought.
Roll a survival check.
Yeah.
A 15. Based on the tracks on the ground, you're fairly confident it was just these 3 gnolls, and a very, very large flail that was dragging after one of them.
Tracks.
Yeah, quite literally.
Yeah. To take your trophies. I'll reach out and grab the flail. Is it completely unusable to me? Just too large and unwieldy?
It would be considered a flail. Wouldn't be unusable to you, but it would be somewhat unwieldy.
Huh.
You would have a slight disadvantage in rolls.
Have I ever... I know this is a sign, almost like a signet of station. How often have I seen a flail like this?
In your time in Tyrisaz, not very often. You know that flins are mostly rewards given to certain gnolls by birth, but these items that they make, these flails, are more unique to the individual flint. They are an object of creation rather than, I'd say, some divine gift. But they are certainly the symbol of status of flints. They're more meant to cause pain rather than kill, which is odd considering what flints are.
This one I will keep.
What about our friend over there?
Yes, what about me? I've been waiting. You can see the wolf kind of stand up. I would appreciate some help getting up.
I'm sure one of us has rope.
As you
I
say
would
that,
hope
I'm in
you
my
would.
pack, pulling out 50 feet of hempen rope.
Foster,
like-
you got it?
He's small. Should not be a problem. I just kind of like tie it around myself and then sling it down to the rock.
Very much, very well, thank you. And you can see him sort of wrap his wrist around it a few times, hike his pack up, and wait to be pulled up.
And yeah, and so I just start backing up and pulling on the rope.
He climbs up the cliff, a bit tired after climbing his way all the way up, but he stands up straight, peers at you quizzically, and says, my dearest Ignan friend, would you consider yourself more of the austere or wrathful type?
As I do not know what the first word is, how about I go with the word that I do know? Wrath.
Well, that answers it. Thank you. Yes, I do sincerely apologize that such grating circumstances, but I'm very much thankful you were able to help me out. My name is Siren Bell. If you don't know that, then I advise you to pick up a book at the nearest library. My publications should be inside.
I like to fly over there as well.
As Fenton gets close, Foshka just walks away from the guy.
Sierra, it is a pleasure. might I ask, what brings you to New Kylax?
That has been the number one entry on the words. Admiring fans, engaging in polite conversation in the fateful attempts to obtain my autograph. You'll have to try harder than that. But what brings me to New Kylax, actually, I was on my way to Ilaska when these gnolls accosted me. I'm on my way to a duel. I wrote some rather scathing reviews on the wines of some winer in this sordid area of this country, and I was promptly challenged to a duel. So that is where I am headed, but perhaps not where I am bound. How about you, my friend?
We are headed to Ilaskar ourselves, actually. You are aware of the nature of duels in this region, yes?
I am certainly aware of that, which is why I am calling upon my wealth of talents and my previous experiences to apply my wit and ensure that I will not actually have to participate in said duel. I am actually. Would you be willing to help me out once more, friends? Now that you say, I will be very much willing to write about you in my next edition of my travels in the stained glass lands. I am an explorer, if you would say.
I am familiar, Siren. Yes, I would be intrigued to read such an article. What did you have in mind?
Yes, well, I am hoping to jump the gun, as it is said in my area of the world, and attempt to instigate a duel that would take him out of the running beforehand. Yes, my plan, I can see him fish around in his pocket. I had a rather bitter-tasting herb that I acquired during my times in the Shimmering Sands from some Ignans who believed it to be some quite remedial tea for the sick of the stomach, but I find quite, forgive my words, unpalatable. And I have been attempting to come up with a plan to slip it in the vats of this winemaker's new type of wine he has been purporting to be the new edition in New Kylax's long history of winemaking traditions, some horrendously pretentious, purpurious clarity made from peaches and plums. I despise it. But yes, he is to have a wine tasting by the morrow, and if you were to place this little tablet inside this vat of wine, using a bit of thievery or other sorts of nefarious activities, or replace it with something, I don't know, mead, soup, urine, or something of the variety. Not wine of any sort, but I wish to humiliate him in front of the entire town, and hopefully some other noble who's quite displeased with the entire occasion will challenge him to one. You know the nature of New Kylax, I'm sure.
Siren, that is rather dastardly.
Since when have I been known to do anything but?
Perhaps not. Might I suggest, should you truly wish to absorb all of the New Kylax culture, my preferred way of avoiding duels is to simply buy my opponent a drink or two, but...
Yes, but that would be absconding myself from my pride, and that is not something I am willing to do, young Eric Harcroft.
You belong here quite well, then, it would seem.
I quite enjoy wine, and I quite enjoy pompous personalities interacting with one another, when standing by the sidelines, of course. I am not one for the arrogant. However, that brings my question to you. What are you doing in this place?
Merely traveling, such as yourself, from Curus up northwards.
If I were to take anybody by my word, I would be dead by now. But
Well, not on a vacation, Siaran, but we are on the road.
I see. Foshka's dead. I saw the X go on his token. All right. You can see him sort of click his tongue, place his hands on his hips as he glances towards the caravan. Ignan, what is your name? And perhaps the Knoll, you seem the two most burly members of this party.
Sorry, I was crunching on a chip.
Alright.
I was crunching on the bone.
Foshka's gonna look over at Reed and then over at Fenton, then back to this Orem wolf.
I am Foshkra.
I'm called.
Alright, well, sorry, go for it.
I'm called Reed.
And I turn my back to him again and continue to help Reed with the flint.
Yes, well, while the two of you are done dissecting that corpse of that hideous beast, if you would be so kind as to turn this cart over, it would be necessary for our incipient travels.
How will you move your cart when your
Yeah,
horse is
well,
dead?
I made the, in hindsight, quite ingenious decision to get drunk with a few tabaxi insurance men in Obidus, who sold me a little insurance policy for those who would kill the horses in their travels, because bandits are known to do that apparently. But when upon being asked why, if something were to kill the horses, why would they stop there and butcher anybody who's inside, they didn't have an answer, but decided to humor them with the purchase. And you can see him pull out a scroll, clear his throat, mutter a spell, and a spectral horse shows up. Apparently it paid off. Quite serendipitous, may I say.
That'll distract Reed.
No, Noel, that is not for eating.
But
I would be impressed if you can.
it is not meat, but it pretends to be. Why?
Well, it does have a countenance of physical existence, so it can pull the cart ostensibly. But I would very much prefer you do not kill this one. I already had a Noel kill one, I can't have two killing another.
So it is that shape for familiarity, I see. Yeah.
Yes, well, I do not, considering recent circumstances, put it past Noels to have an abject lack of personal, what do I say, ability to see the world in the way that we do. You have a unique way of going about things.
They are certainly animals.
Yes,
The
well,
cart.
While these two are talking, I'm grabbing the two bodies of the Vulpinals that were there by the cart and dragging them to the other side of the road.
it's easy enough to do. Right. Well, since we're both off to Ilisk, I might as well offer you something to appease the boredom of a journey. If you have any questions about the Stained Glass Lands, about my works, about this world in general and my travels, or if you wish to simply hear a tale, then I am more than willing to provide.
Actually, Ciaran, I had been wondering, I haven't found any writings of yours regarding your homeland. Do you have any?
Yes, I do, but they are often, how do I put it, critical to the point that the current prince of the Orm throne back home sees them as blasphemous and otherwise unwise to keep on the printing presses if he wishes to accomplish his goals. So I do not consider it a place very much worth writing about.
Well, I might not have a printing press, but I do have a quill. Should you ever wish to share?
I place great pride in my quills. They are handmade and I will not share mine, but I will certainly, in the proverbial nature of sharing stories, be willing to communicate.
I'll break from my starstruckness here to look at the party. Well, the rest of you, is this agreeable? Are we to travel in this man's cart?
My legs are getting tired.
It feels like walls. I do not like that.
I'm sure you could keep up on foot should you wish, Reed. The company is the bigger question here.
Oh. Do you know much about the curse that affects Tlani?
Yes, I did visit Tlani before it was in the current state it is, and I do find it quite a shame, but fortunately I am not a bag of bones walking around, so I was not there at the time. I have done some inquisitions as to the nature of it, but I unfortunately do not have many answers. You see, the people you send over there typically don't make it back.
What lies in a coffin that could kill the whole world?
Is that a metaphorical question, or are you being serious?
I'm quite serious.
Well, if we are speaking in terms of pure probability, if I imagine something that can end this world, it would most likely be in some location, and a coffin seems as good as a place as any. But I don't know, I cannot answer specifics. I know that... Sorry, go ahead.
Reed shakes his head and says, "You spend a lot of time saying nothing."
I'm glad you see through my facade, my carefully built image. It is simply a part of my ambiance, my attitude, my je ne sais quoi. What more do you want from me?
Lorenz is
Those
gonna roll his
words should
eyes.
be hoarded.
Shane side eyes the fuck out of Reed when he says that he spends a lot of time saying nothing.
Right, well, I don't intend to be out of here at dark if any gnolls decide to come back again. Or more gnolls, we already have one. Quite an eclectic group. I was certainly mean to ask more, but we should get traveling.
The cart. Fashkra, help.
Foshkara walks over and just grabs like the side of the cart that's up in the air and pulls down on it.
I help.
Go ahead and roll an athletics check with advantage, Foshka.
At advantage. Let me check that little box. $22.
Easily enough, you're able to pull it off its side where it dug a little bit into the soft grass. Pull it up and set it down a little gently as to not disrupt the spoke of the wheels. The spectral horse is hooked up to the front of the cart, and I can see Siren. Notably, almost everything in this cart has been fixed down, kind of like on a ship. By the scratches in the cart, this is absolutely not the first time this has happened. It is a well-traveled cart. It has been through many things.
The cart of many disasters. Which means now we are in the presence of a disastrous cart.
Correct.
The scratches are there. Is it like mostly weapons? Is it a mix of weapon and like beast or claws or?
And there's weapons, there's gashes of axes, sort of soft nicks from more knives and arrows, bite marks, there are fang marks, there are claw marks, pieces have been dented, pieces have been burned, splashes of discolored acid. Anything you can imagine can be found somewhere on this cart.
And it all varies on age, or is it all relatively fresh?
Oh, it spans years. Okay. Some of it has been polished, but you can tell He's giving up on it. That's slowly, more and more.
It's earned its money.
Oh yeah.
Prepare yourselves to leave. I have a ritual to perform. I'm gonna go back to the body of the Flint.
What is he doing?
Well, Siren takes out a piece of parchment, dips his quill. We're about to find out.
As Reed prepares, Foshker just kind of leans over to Leora.
I do not understand half the things this man is saying.
Half of the things he's saying don't particularly hold any real value.
So he speaks nothing but hot air.
Hot air.
These gnolls had longbows, right, Phil?
They did have longbows, yes.
Did one of the bandits we let go have a bow as well?
One of them had a crossbow.
A light crossbow. I'll take that.
One of the bandits also had a gold piece.
Yes, you got your gold piece back.
Yeah.
Well, someone got
Okay.
it. Whoever looted the gnolls.
I don't think anybody looted the gnolls, and I didn't loot the bodies at the Volpino. I just dragged them out of the way.
Then that gold will weigh down the heart.
Jane will loot the bodies of the Vulpinals, find the gold piece, try to flick it back to Reed, and then miss, and it goes in the river.
Make a wish.
Oh.
Just look at
I wish I had wings.
It's like two magnets approaching. Anytime a piece of gold goes near, yeah, chain, just zooms away. All right,
Reed
Fenton,
will-
you have your crossbow. Go ahead.
Yes.
Crossbow buddies.
Wow, finally.
Reed will position the flint on its stomach, position himself to the side. He's going to kneel beside the head of the flint, and is just going to start. It's going to use his remaining wild shape and use that to awaken the symbiotic entity, and he's going to just channel all of that into the body of the flint. Just rapid necrosis, making things flourish and eat at it. And he's going to mutter lines quietly under his breath. And after a minute of doing this, he's going to grasp the head of the flint and yank.
Are you attempting to pull it off?
Yes.
The decaying nature of the spores you've infused it with, you can see the flesh begin to wilt and blacken, the blood clots and curdles, and with a sharp pull up, there's the snap of now worn bone as the head of this flint pops free.
I'll set it aside. And for the rest of the body, I will push it off the cliff into the water.
It takes a bit since it is quite a heavy body. Loud splash against the water as it sinks and is carried off downstream.
I hope there's no nearby small villages that use this as a water supply.
Oh no.
As I lay there weak and weeping, in Suliz, my life was seeping, and my husk began to stink of muck and fear and failure. And in that dark, the land half dead, it welcomed me and simply said, in voices filled with love and dread, "Behold, I am your savior." And he'll wrap the skull in scrap cloth for storage.
It's quite a big head, but after that prayer said to the world, roll me a perception check, Reed.
16.
You can sense the minute changes in the world that only druids are accustomed to. There's a rush of water that bellows like a sigh, a rustle of trees carried by wind, the cawing of crows that seem to notice. And you don't know if it's a thanks or simply a means of acknowledgement, but it recognizes that you are here.
Things are closer to the way they should be. Let us continue our works elsewhere. Glorious Game Master,
Yes.
would a properly cleaned and prepared flint skull be perhaps part of the material components necessary for the Summon Beast spell?
Yes, because you used the word glorious.
Thank you.
Incredible.
All right.
I will count myself as partway there.
Taking turns, resting in Sierran's caravan carried by the spectral steed. Things traveling a little quicker, significantly easier if you can tolerate not one, but two, including Fenton, people chatting their minds off at any leisurely moment. We will move back to the map.
I imagine Foshker's sitting off the back of the cart with his legs hanging there. he pulls out. He's like going through, like pulled out one of a slab that's written on, and is just reading through it, ignoring the conversation at the head of the cart.
Oh, good. At least you're not making more noise.
Ironically, probably one of Foshkra's only times being actually allowed to sit in a caravan, despite how many times he's had to escort them for his job.
Lorenz will probably be kind of in the back too, just sort of watching the scenery pass by, ignoring the conversation.
Fenton is of course absolutely in nonstop conversation with Sierran here. But before even getting into the cart at all, I would like to ask Reed before we start traveling. Reed, if I might inquire, what was the nature of your ritual?
It felt like something that needed to be done.
Have you performed similar before?
Some same, some different. Every moment is unique. You cannot write something in your book and recite it at any time and have it change the world. You have to follow the world. Every moment.
Interesting. Thank you.
I will be ahead. I think it's best if I do not have too much noise in my mind.
Very well. Don't stray too far, though.
If I do, it will be a warning to you.
Perhaps. Not one I wish to receive, in any case.
By the way, at this point, Reed's neck would be extra fluffy. There'd be little bits of plant growth and vegetation just seeping out through the bandages on his neck, as well as probably a assuredly pleasant smell of old spinach.
Smells better than usual, Reed.
And I will stay at the head of the quote-unquote caravan, occasionally looking back to check on Chain or Lorenz.
Chain is going to sit close to Fenton and the Aurum and pay attention to the conversation for, if no other reason than to have a wellspring of pompous words added to his mimicry dictionary.
Oh, yeah.
But otherwise, just listening for anything important. Not that he's expecting to hear anything important.
Yeah, Leora would be doing pretty much the same thing. Not necessarily expanding my vocabulary, but sitting near towards the front and listening.
He shares a lot of stories. He's prone to oversharing, but he's had a crazy life, and it's difficult to tell how much there are embellishments in there, but it's entertaining nonetheless, if you can stomach it. The rolling hills turn to more flat lands, and eventually there are more pockets of forest as you close in on the city of Ilisker. The sun slowly begins to set, and the starry sky comes up above. Lorenz, there is something. Go ahead and roll me a charisma check.
Oh, okay. So that's just oh wait, hold on. I think this is it.
There's something strange about the air, similar to how the pressure differential of an airplane or on a roller coaster makes your ears pop and head pound. There's a strange sensation that comes across your mind and sort of seats heavily behind your eyelids, but it seems to be increasing as you come closer to Ilisker. And blink briefly as you're passing a patch of woods, and it sort of spikes a brief migraine pounding into your head for a second as you're peering into a grove, a thicket in the woods.
Okay, Lorenz. So it's not going away. It's just getting worse.
It's getting worse, but it seems to have spiked by the passing by a sort of little grove, a few trees clustered.
Okay, well, he's gonna rub the bridge of his snout, and he's gonna groan in pain, but he's not really gonna. I don't think he's gonna make a huge deal of it. I think because he gets migraines.
Fair enough.
You're going to catch Reed staring at you from ahead for a moment.
The
He is
grove
going to
passes. The grove passes, and the migraine doesn't subside, but it doesn't get any worse. Siren says, "Well, we're almost to Iliska by my last official navigations." You can see he's holding out a map. He clearly drew himself, and it may not be the most accurate map, but it's a map nonetheless. Would you like to push on a few more hours, or would you like to stay the night somewhere?
I think all of us could probably use a rest for the day. It's been quite a long one. I imagine yours has been as well.
I'm used to the rough and tumble roads.
I need to rest.
The hunting here may be difficult. It feels different outside of the forest.
We should have enough rations for a night at the least, Reed.
I will hunt regardless.
Siaran, do you typically travel without company, or did you lose them?
Well, my previous troop of for hire mercenaries, I find hiring the most individual street to be the most conducive way of going about places. Locals are much more familiar with the equilibrium of the town you're in, and the more eclectic individuals you travel with, the more interesting stories you have to write about. But the group I had here decided to flee New Kylax after more recent occasions. I've heard word from a friend and... Sorry, go ahead.
I don't think they were unwise for doing so.
Right, yes. From my contact in Urkahem, I heard that Amadeus has been ordering troops to gather near Savia. So, if that is to say something about the nature of this world, it is that. Take your times of peace not for granted. They won't last long.
Oh. Our travels should avoid that place.
Yes,
And where are you
perhaps they
headed?
should. Estelheim, eventually.
So you'll have to choose one of two ways around the Ashen Peaks. Not an easy decision.
No, but your information is useful. This is purely speculative, Siaran, but I assume you know your people better than I do. Do you suspect that Amadeus pushing south might reignite the Golden War?
The Iron Throne currently does not occupy anything west of the Tlani Basin, but I would not be surprised that additional aggression by Amadeus would spark some underlying tensions. No, I would be most worried about New Kylax being trapped in the vice of the Urkahelm and the Inari dynasty. If you were to say, if Amadeus were to be moving troops beyond the Ashen Peaks into the Tlani Basin, then yes. However, there's more at work in the complex problem of the Tlani Basin.
That's an
If you were to take
understatement.
the northern route through Okerhelm, then, well, you can see him glance at Reed, Chain, and Foshka individually. I can't say I've ever seen a group of both, all three a Null, a Kenku, and an Ignan traveling in the same group unless it were for some diminutive joke. But you might have some challenges. I wouldn't say entering, but moving about without impunity. The other three of you should be fine.
I had similar concerns.
But if you were to go to the Tlani route, well, let me say that Algiz is currently waging a war of witches against Hell Knights. You have Laguz and Yerba that are in a state of absolute disarray. If you can make it up to Fehir, it might be alright, if only for Marin's presence there and an abundance of paladins of the sordid and dusty variety, but that may be more dangerous. If you are willing to risk your humility, I would recommend the Oka Wood, but if you prefer to risk your life, then the Tlani may be the option.
Delightful options.
Do
Where
birds
is it?
sweat?
Yes, Reed?
Sorry, my bad. Bad timing.
Siaran, where is it you're heading after Ilasker? You don't
Who
plan to
knows?
stay in New Kylax, though, do you?
Oh, absolutely. I've seen enough war zones. I intend to write about them.
That's fair enough.
We stand at the epicenter of a new cause of tectonic plates sliding against each other in one major earthquake. It will be an exciting time. I trust my abilities to keep my own hide. You should trust yours.
Fair enough. One more question along the lines then. What have you pieced together regarding why this war is transpiring? It's been many years, to my knowledge, since Amadeus and the Inari have clashed.
You see, disagreements on a nationwide scale tend to maintain deep ingrained in the societal fabric upon which the world is weaved. The Inari dynasty, and he points to the two Vulpanals, one Vulpanal and one Vulpanal passing. I'm sure you two know more about it than I do, but it's a matter of national pride that the tears of Irica eventually end up in the coffers of the Inari dynasty in Iris. The Inari believe it to be the key to reuniting their long-lost brethren in the Suvil Forest far north under Aurum throne rule. But you see, that puts to the question of whether or not the Aurum throne would permit it in the first place. Unless you have Aurum throne agents preventing the Inari dynasty from acquiring what they believe to be rightfully theirs. Now, Amadeus was the one who rebuffed the initial Star Scourge, the incursion of Inari troops north of the Ashen Peaks. And such bloodshed does not die easily. Amadeus wants power, he wants influence, he wants order. His nation is bursting with those of a similar mind. It was time he reclaimed New Kylax. This was simply an excuse. Not to mention the interests in the Tlani Basin.
What interest could that land be for empires and kingdoms?
I've always been of the opinion that an empire is the means of an end to an emperor achieving his individual goals. As for what Amadeus's might be, I'm not sure. You'll have to ask him, but the Inari dynasty, well, it is quite ephemeral, depending on what the individual arch-seeker, sees in the stars. I suppose it can be completely different the next day. The Aurum throne is simple. They're led by a tyrant who wants gold, and won't rest until the entire stained glass lands has been pillaged of its most brilliant resource. If you were a gold dragonborn, I would not venture far into one of your settlements. One of my settlements, pardon. You might get plucked scale from scale.
These tears of Erica, are they spoken of from the wolves?
Well, they're more or less irrelevant to us. They're simply powerful. We assume they're artifacts. I can't speak for the more militaristic of my kind, but they are something of more passing interest. If they can be fed to a machine to generate gold, then it will be used. If they can be transmuted into the gold that they seek, then it will be done. What am I to care?
I imagine such an engine of alchemy would collapse Armthrone's economy quite fast.
Black Dragonborn are known for their alchemy. Some have been known to affiliate with the Arm Throne. For that very reason.
I am going hunting. I will find whatever there is to eat here. Little bird, come with me.
Chain will reluctantly follow Reed.
Tell me what you know about hunting creatures, and I'm guessing the two of them will walk out of camp into the wilderness.
I didn't even know we stopped the cart.
I believe you're stopping for the night, yes.
Okay.
We're like, what, 4 hours away from Millisker?
Thereabouts.
So, just as a little flavor thing, I'm pretty sure Lorenz is gonna vomit.
Did he try to hide this vomiting?
Probably not.
How impolite.
He's not too concerned about trying to hide it, but he doesn't want to make a mess inside of the cart if they're still inside of it, so he's gonna go off like the edge of it.
Well, perhaps you should be having this egged tea I bought. Don't do it inside the cart, please. If it would settle your stomach, then you're more welcome to engage in the most bitter thing I have ever tasted.
Oh, it's not my stomach, it's my head.
Do you require healing, Lorenz?
I don't know if it could help. Yes.
I can try. And I will play my lute and use one more spell slot on Lorenz. And it sounds just like that. Thank you, Reed.
It's a
The
one.
muttering of the spell helps soothe the edge off of it just momentarily. It helps a bit. Certainly makes it a tad more manageable, but it's not much. Perhaps not a drop in the ocean, but a drop in a rather decently sized bucket.
Thank you. It helped a little.
Well, it is time to rest regardless.
Yeah. So Foshker's gonna hop off the cart and find a spot to start getting the campfire built up again, as usual, gathering what tinder he can find and
Alright.
once it's all gathered, just channeling bonfire onto it.
Siren pulls out what appears to be a small little bed-like apparatus in his cart for himself and only himself. But what are you doing for the evening? Would you like to have any conversations with Siren, each other, or any preparations, hunting?
Yes, hunting.
Up until first watch, Foster is just gonna do his regular thing. After he gets his bedroll set up, he's gonna finish working on the latest slab that he's been scratching into.
Let me know what it says. All
Will
right.
do.
I think Lorenz is going to try to meditate and imbue one of his cards with a spell.
Awesome. Which spell?
Guiding Bolt.
Gotcha.
Damage.
And then he is going to lay down very early.
There you are, Fenton.
Leora.
I'm just going to set my stuff up kind of near the epicenter of everyone. No longer on the outskirts. It's a better night than our previous experience. So, yeah, she's just gonna lay out everything and sit on her little bedroll.
Chain and Reed, where are you headed?
So, Reed is going to try to show partly by explanation and partly by example, Chain the difference between finding and killing someone in a city for a job and hunting and killing something, a creature, in a natural habitat. How to watch as you're moving, to build a mental map, search for the signs of what might be nearby, where the natural resources are, what might the daily habits of a creature be. And after tracking for a little while, Reed will simply say, creatures tend to avoid me, and it makes hunting sometimes difficult if I am not the normal fare for the region. You can go places unnoticed. I would like to watch you hunt dinner.
Oh boy, Chain is going to try his damnedest. What would one roll for hunting? Would that be survival?
I apologize. That would be a survival check.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Nice!
Nice. This is Chain's first time out of a city, but Chain, you know the very basics of, actually, tracking humans and humanoids very well. And you make some logical deductions to think of what would you look for if you're trying to track an animal of sorts, what sounds, what sights, and in the plains environment there isn't much to go off, but you do quite a good job sort of sensing the wind, hearing the flaps of wings, the slight shuffling of hooves in the night, and eventually you find yourself on a rolling hill overlooking a sort of pack of bison-like creatures.
Reed will be maybe 20 feet or so behind. Can't completely see in the darkness, but he thinks he knows you can, and he will give you a nod.
I think the one probably major difference with Chain's hunting compared to how Reed might hunt is him using his mimicry to help either draw in animals or to kind of like mask his presence as he moves in, and when he goes, actually no, he'll still hunt with his bow because that gives him a longer range than his psychic blades do.
All right. Are you attempting to hunt one of them? There's about 5 or 6. Some of them larger, some smaller, some older, some younger. What is your plan?
Chain is going to eyeball it and maybe not go for the biggest one, but the biggest one that he thinks in his head that Reed would be able to get back to camp. So probably like one of like the, not the largest, not the middle, but kind of like the halfway in between, whichever one's like kind of like the second biggest maybe. And yeah, he will try to shoot that one.
Roll me an attack roll. With advantage, since I presume you're hiding it. It's not difficult to hide. Awesome. Go ahead and roll damage.
Sneak attack.
Are
Sneak
you
and peek
attempting
and
to stay hidden, or to shoo them away, or simply slink off in the night?
Um, I would say probably trying to stay hidden at first. Then kind of like looking back to Reed for confirmation.
You'll see the faint starlight making Reed's eyes reflect just a tiny bit. He's just sitting there. He's not saying or doing anything. About 30 feet back.
This man is no help. You said it was like a bison type thing?
Yeah.
I think that's more than enough to feed the group for the night. So, yeah, Chain will try to like shoo the rest away from his kill if they haven't already fled from the other one dropping.
There's the sound of sort of baying confusion and a sorrow as the arrows sink into the skull right center of one of the smaller, more frail of these bison keels over. And you can see them scatter off, some of them enraged, but not sure where this thing is coming from. They are scattering off into the night. It's easy to isolate them, and especially with the presence of Reed shuffling behind you. It seems that some of them are already wary.
After hearing the rest of the herd panic away, I will approach and walk to where I assume the kill took place. And once I'm there, I'd like to examine it. Does it look healthy? Does it look young, old, sick?
It's an older one, definitely not ill, but frail. Might be a bit tougher, but was a good shot. Probably the easiest one to kill out of the group. And one that the other bison wouldn't defend.
I'll look up to the direction I assume Chain is standing in. That was a good target. A good kill. This one is replaceable. that herd will provide more food in the future. Let's return.
How do you tell which one's replaceable and what's not? I was just going for not the biggest one, but one of the bigger ones.
This one is past breeding age. And with my glorious 14 strength score, it's time to begin the much more difficult trek back.
It's
King-
quite tough.
King will help.
Neither of you two are the strongest of the bunch, but with some effort and a good bit of struggle, you're able to drag it back and very much physically exhausted, sort of slam it down in front of the fire. And Reed, you're welcome to do what you wish.
I think we should prepare the meat and make stew tomorrow. Do you agree, little bird?
Well, that will depend. It's on, from the sounds of the wolf's plan, I might be heavily involved in getting him out of that duel.
Our lives will be in each other's hands. You will have my aid.
Time will tell what the situation looks like.
You are better at many things than you think you are. But you allow yourself to get in the way. Your uncertainties and your panics. This was proof.
What was proof?
I looked to the bison and then out to the fields. The hunt was proof. You have a mind that thrives on logic. You have a mind that withers with trauma. Yet, whenever the two come at odds, you always pay attention to the latter.
Well, there are some situations that call for using your head and others that call for trusting your gut. And trusting my gut has kept me alive this far.
Sometimes to thrive and to survive are not the same. When I had that choice presented to me after so many years of choosing to survive in Terzaz, I was only happy after I chose to thrive and thrive in fire and death.
There is no real thriving for Kenku. Everything we do is to survive.
You would change that if you were given the power, the ability to reshape the world.
Without question.
That is why we are on this quest. Now, let's rest. I will have the meat prepared for tomorrow.
And Chain will go and get his bedroll set up.
Little bird, I just...
Chain will like stop walking away and look back at Reed.
He shakes his head, gets to work.
Chain will continue on and go get his bedroll set up.
So I will probably spend a few hours preparing the meat for use and travel, and the rest of my night staring at the wolf.
Oh, you're staring, huh?
Through the window of the caravan, or from inside?
Outside.
Outside.
I don't like the
Alarming.
walls.
I have actual nightmares of that scenario. Somebody's staring back.
With their face pressed against the window.
Would you rather be in the woods with a bear or with Reed?
Bear.
There.
I would like to speak to Ciaran a little bit more tonight.
You are welcome to. You can see him gearing up for bed. He has a little nightcap on his head. You can see him scrolling something on a little pull-out desk in his caravan. Seems a little irritated for a second as you barge in, but
I knock.
I'll come in since you have nothing better to do. I'll speak to my glorious nature.
Fenton comes in kind of chuckling to himself, but he'll sit back on one of the benches. Forgive me for one last intrusion.
You're a keeper, I should know you. I see the dagger at your side. Do you think I haven't had so many apprentices come warbling up to me and request that I say and sign anything of theirs?
You actually come to my points quite well. You see, apprentices aside, and you are astute for seeing such in me, but the keepers, the Master Law Singers in particular, are not notably fond of your writings. I'm simply curious, hearing your stories today, who do you write for? Is it for yourself? Is it for entertainment? Is it for scholarship? Do you report back to Armthrone still?
You can see him sit up and peer quizzically at you. You can see the sort of golden embossings in his face shine in a bit of light. Are you wishing for a serious conversation? Right, I knew you would. You can see him sigh. Just gives a shrug. Listen, there's a reason that, back in the Arm Throne, in our judiciary system, eyewitness testimonies are notoriously forbidden. The reason being is that the recollection of memory is an imprecise act. We do not remember the strict rote nature of things, the drudgery that keepers are so compliant to espouse upon in their arduous books. What I intend to capture in my works is the spirit of adventure, what I felt, the truths as it were to me. I believe that to be more honest than any factual recollection that has been written in this land. Because I simply write my perspective, not what I believe the world's perspective is. And if I so happen to find it entertaining, well, I hope my readers find it entertaining as well. But no, those who consider my work a load of bosh are simply too prissy to understand it. It is not meant to be factual. I am not a historian. I am a cartographer, yes. I am an explorer, yes, but I am primarily a writer, and there's nothing like honesty to make a piece of art completely worth reading. You'll notice that the keepers still do keep my collections. In some of the more entertaining classes, I am even used as a reference on how to pass false and misconstrued and biased statements into one of truth. But you'll also find that any keeper in the year of erudition, if they're looking for a break, will pick up one of my novels rather than an additional textbook, unless you have one who is truly, and I mean truly committed so maliciously to the act of boredom that they're willing to pass even the most dry of textbooks in their spare time. Now, those are the ones who usually end up as teachers rather than doing anything as a keeper, and I sincerely hope that my words have succinctly explained why.
Ciara, do not mistake me. I have read your texts long before I was a keeper. And I do see the value in... Well, I suppose I've always been captivated by the perspective of an outsider, be it a traveler through Obadis with a new story, but someone from a foreign land entirely. No, I don't think these lands need more historical accounts of events. There are more histories to uncover, but the perspectives of an outsider... I do see the appeal. And I thank you for your candor in well, your stories and your words now. I do appreciate it.
My suggestion to you, Fenton, is to mark the tally down on how many times you're laughed at publicly for saying that you met me and traveled with me and saved my life, and then collect them in silver pieces when my accounts on this night do come out and you are proven right. Buy yourself a drink or something with it. That is all I ask.
Perhaps I will, for the experience from my own perspective, perhaps you may say. But Ciaran, I very much hope that you are a piece of the story I tell when back in Bazigdara, and by no means the highlight.
I would be offended if I were not. A piece of the story, not the highlight. I can't be that important to some people.
Very well. You rest well then. It's been a
Oh, I
pleasure
will.
speaking with you today.
Of course. Do not speak to me after minimum of 8 hours have passed. I value my sleep. Goodbye and good night.
Good night, Ciara.
This fucking guy.
If I tip the cart over in the middle of the night,
Actually, hang on. I'm going to roll. Nope, he does not notice you staring through the window, Reed.
Remarkable.
Fenton,
I imagine
right?
just like a wet nose just pressed on the window.
Occasional wisp of... Wait, no, there wouldn't be a wisp of breath.
Nope, there wouldn't be breaths.
The window won't fog.
the image will be clear.
But there will be an imprint on the glass for the future. No, it's from a distance.
Until the morning.
Did Foshka and Leora have a scene set up?
That's up to them.
Yeah, so as I put in the text here, after finishing his letter and putting it away, seeing that there's probably still some time before everyone's eventually settles down and goes to sleep, Foster is gonna just pull out a mess kit, some rations, in a small leather pouch, and he's gonna start boiling some water and prepping some stuff to make a soup.
Seeing what he was doing, Lior would get up from where she was sitting and walk over to him and ask him, Voshka, would you like any help with that?
There is not much to do for this. It is simple. This
And he waves, he points at each thing as he mentions it.
this grain, dried meat, and the taste of home.
He points at the pouch.
I usually take the meat, make it smaller, cooks faster. The grain needs to be washed. There's dirt and dust from the road.
I can go wash the grain. Seems easy enough.
You do not need to.
I know you don't need to, but I would like to help.
He kind of pauses, looks up.
Would you be upset if I washed the grain? And she would like take a step closer to the grain bag.
Not upset. I am not used to having other races attempt to ask to help.
I mean, it's not difficult. It's the least I can do. And then she would walk over and pick up the grains and look over her shoulder at him. Do you know if there is a stream nearby?
He kind of like tilts his head up to listen, and then like kind of sniffs a bit, seeing if he can hear or smell fresh water nearby.
Roll a perception check.
Perception. 14.
You turn your ears to the sky, but there doesn't seem to be any river very close by. Some small streams, perhaps, where water can be gathered, but it'd be a minute or few walk away.
Which direction? East, west, north, south?
Arbitrary.
And I'm going to point in an arbitrary direction.
There should be a stream in that way. A minute or two. Faster if you are in a hurry.
All right, stream that way. Perfect.
And he goes about like just tearing the dried chunks of meat into smaller chunks and putting them in the pot of water he's got over the fire. And then just staring at it while waiting for Lior to get back.
And she would walk in the direction that he pointed, not stray from it. And once she got to the little body of water, she would, wash the grains, make sure that she didn't lose too many of them as she rinsed them before gathering them all back up and in the bundle and heading back to camp.
The night's peaceful as you walk, and there's a slight cool breeze as the end of summer is nearing. Roll me a perception check along your way.
Jeez, I haven't had to look for perception in a minute. Hold that second. There it is.
I'm glad Roll20 does it in alphabetical order.
Okay.
Well, that was an 8, but nothing much catches your eye as you rinse the grains. You do a pretty good job at it. Not many are lost in the current, but the notes that you make for your perception check is that this is not the same river, not the same direction that Reed dumped the body of the Flint into, so you're good.
God, I was worried.
Oh, come on!
We are
Drink
not
the
having
tea.
Flynn soup.
Why is it spicy?
It's just another flavor of tea.
Oh no.
Note to self: don't drink Reed's tea ever again.
But you're welcome to bring it back. You did your task. You see it alive.
No imposter killed you.
She would bring the bundle back up to where he was preparing the soup, and just kind of watch him stir, watch him throw things in.
Like I said, it's not much. It's literally just the grain and the meat. He doesn't put he doesn't open the pouch or anything as it's cooking. He just has it sitting next to him. Once he deems it done, he takes some of the bowls that come with a mess kit and he scoops a serving into it. And then he, with the other hand, while he's holding the bowl, opens up the pouch. And before he pulls anything out of it, he looks up at Leora.
If you like heat, eat it now. If you'd like it sweet, let it sit and cook a bit.
And he sprinkles a powder on top of it and passes the bowl up to her.
And she would nod her head in understanding as she took the bowl and says, I think heat sounds a little intimidating right now, so I think I'll let it sit. Thank you very much, Foshkra.
Thank you for offering your help.
Of course.
And he makes out 2 other bowls, and sprinkles some of the powder on top of it, and gets up and walks over to Fenton and then over to Chain, seeing as they're the only 2 that are still awake. Well, I'm not sure if Reed is awake. He's just doing the thing that he always does that looks like he's sleeping.
Oh, wakeful sleeping.
And he's going to give him the same warning. If you like heat, eat it now. If you like sweet, let it sit for a bit.
So now is the moment that we decide.
Birds can register capsaicin. That's your choice.
But yeah, passing that out, he goes back, serves himself a bowl, sprinkles a more generous amount of the powder on than he did for the others, and immediately starts eating it.
If it's a personal choice, I'm having Chain eat it right away.
Fenton will as well, if not just to get to sleep as soon as he can.
So this is dried and crushed the flour from the sands.
The good flour.
It has, it's roaring spicy if you try it initially. It has the similar numbing burn on your tongue that Szechuan peppercorn does. as soon as you bite into it. But those of you who wait, and as you even progress along the meal, it sort of numbs into a mellowed out, still has a mild kick, but a decidedly sweet floral note at the end.
Hmm.
Yeah. And then once he's done eating, whatever's left in the pot, he kind of just like puts a lid on it, ties it down so it doesn't come loose, and sets it off to the side to be reheated in the morning. And then starts going around and taking watch.
SGS
All right.
Tupperware.
The night progresses, unless if you wish for more conversation with each other and NPC, interrupt me. The night progresses, there's a chill to the air, but it is still summer, it is quite warm, pleasant outside. Foshka, I would like you to roll me a perception check.
Oh.
Ah.
Awesome.
Awesome.
I'd like to know if Fenton or Chain were crying after they ate the soup.
Nope.
Not with that roll.
I don't notice some don't notice shit.
Meanwhile, Leora loves herself, so she waited.
No soup.
Foshka, as you sleep for the night, I would like you to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy. Oh.
Oh, very good.
I accidentally double tapped it
Not
because
at
I
all.
didn't see it go through the first time.
Alright. Lorenz.
Yes.
There's a pounding pain in your head as you're sleeping in your bedroll, eyes flaring open, and cold sweats as you wake up. You can see the sort of faint, nebulous, sort of milky purple that heralds the rising of the sun begin to pierce the westward end of the starlit sky above. But the beating of your heart, the adrenaline in your veins, the headache still progressing in your mind, seems to have reached somewhat of a breaking point. There is a sense of danger that you feel, a warning, some strange presence approaching this location. You don't know what it is or what is going on, but you know that some string of fate and the stars above are compelling you to rise your companions, and face what is coming.
Okay. Well, in a flurry of panic, Lorenz is going full instinct here. He is rushing to Boshkra, the biggest and strongest, and shaking him awake.
Grr.
Boshkra, you have to wake up.
And he's like waving his arm, and his tail starts slapping against the ground. It's like,
It is not my turn for the watch.
No, I know it's not your turn for the watch. There's something coming. I can feel it. Something bad.
and at that, Foshkra like sits up in a bolt. And looks around. It's like,
Where is it?
Please don't
I
point
don't
at
know
me.
what it is. There's something going on in my head. It hurts. I can't. I have to wake up the others.
he's just gonna get up and
Everyone up!
Oh shit. A reed goes from still to bolting upright.
I'm up.
Yep.
Shane already has a sonic blade in his hand. Like he sits up with it manifesting.
He takes a quick look around, sees that everyone's waking up, and immediately starts doing a route around the camp to try to see what Lawrence was talking about.
Do we get our long rest or not?
You do get your long rest, but you can see wandering in your direction a lanky figure, a sort of orange furred but punctured with starlight, kind of like a dusting of glitter inside a haystack. The sort of drawn out snout, the lurching gait of it is difficult to parse. It doesn't walk in an orderly way, but in the stumbling manner of something injured. Its right arm has been sheared off. You can see a bit of its bone extended. The flesh and fur around it is matted, not unclean, a cleanly severed, shredded wound. Only you, Lorenz, can see where that arm fully extends, a shimmering bluish white appendage that completes it, gripping what appears to be a large, twisted halberd with sort of a crescent bardiche-like curve on one end that it drags behind it. It wears this scintillating armor, this half-real thing. It seems to be some sort of plate. It is gray, but Lorenz, you can see that it burns your eyes far more than what you would imagine.
Does this thing look like the hags we encountered in the first Starfall?
It looks tangential to it, yes, it resembles it.
At this point, Lorenz is a bit hyperventilating.
Lorenz, you can see this creature's arm raise this halberd. Begins to twirl it in the air. You can see sparks and stardust fly from where it cuts through the air as if it were water pulling a vortex of something. You can see, all of you, that there is light being pulled from the stars above at this twilight hour. And all of you can hear its voice, distorted, strange, unreal, speak. Starlight Seekers, you thieves, you curs, these stars are not for your and it slams the edge of the halberd on the ground, and a radiating ripple of transformative light bursts over the surroundings. You find yourself adrift where you were at camp, in the same rough area, but a familiar location around you, a starry, nebulous landscape with floating rocks. The ground beneath you is stone rocky, but you can see almost tumor-like growths of parchment with nonsensical writings scribbled all over it. And this warrior, you can see the oversized arm where it was cut off on the material grip this large halberd. There's an abject lack of noise in this starry landscape, but there is the sound of chittering, ominous, this sort of scuttle of legs coming from numerous creatures around this Vulpinal-looking, hag-like warrior. large spiders. You can see bulbous backs, spindly, multi-jointed legs, multiple glowing eyes. It's irregularly shaped, misshapen. The jaws are off to one side. The bulb around its carapace seems to be pointed upwards compared to what you would imagine a spider, as if it's carrying its thorax on its 8 legs. Tilted vertically upward, it seems to radiate some purplish energy. I'll send a photo here. This is what you see. And the warrior is this. And I will move you to a different map.
Oh, here we go again.
Oh gosh.
Yeah!
Shit again.
What's Ido doing here?
Go ahead and move yourselves to the bottom left of the map. Right over here. In this general vicinity. Lorenz, as soon as you find yourself in the astral, your headache simply fades.
Wonderful. He's feeling much better.
So happy to be here.
Is it time to kick ass?
It is time to take a 5-minute break as we are halfway through the session.
Oh!
It's just 5 minutes.
I
Jeez.
enjoyed
Lorenz,
5
tell me
minutes.
it's time to kick ass.
It'll be time to kick ass when we get back.
I'm taking this to sending. I can't wait.
Alright. See you in
Oh.
5 minutes at 9:03 exactly. My time is the only time that matters, so you should adjust.
Adjusting
Seen a bit.
my clock and my keyboard to Russian. Oh my goodness, what have we gotten ourselves into?
This gives me the time to do something that I've been forgetting to do, which is add Burning Hands to a spell list.
Returned. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man?
Not enough.
Sup.
Hello.
You can delete the turn order tracker because we're just going to talk our way out of this one.
Yep. Quick, Chain, eat it.
Eat
Why am I eating things?
it.
Yep, go ahead and take a long rest if you haven't. Please do.
very
Fosker's the one that likes
merciful of you.
biting things.
No, I'm in Chain. Quickly eat it.
Oh. Chain's gonna guzzle down his his entire water skin.
No, wait, no. Sigh.
Die.
Is that not what you meant?
So is the reason why we can't figure out any of Lore's lore the reason because all of Lore's lore is in an entirely different plane of existence?
Lore's from the astral.
Star Child.
Is nobody just a normal person? Please.
Why do you want normal?
I don't know. I don't really.
Exactly.
Which one of you is the most normal? Let's see. Well, I know which one of you is the most well-adjusted. That's Fenton, but...
I raised my hand. Aw. I am extremely
In
well
character.
adjusted.
Well,
Is my icon on the map?
I mean,
It is.
without
Thing. Okay, I can't see it.
without knowing everybody's lore, it seems like Fenton's the most normal. But it's sounding like Fenton might not be the most normal now.
I'll never tell.
Explain yourself.
No.
You'll never take me alive.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
I don't know. Fosker's a pretty normal Ignan.
That is true.
I am an
From what I know.
abnormal Knoll, which makes me a normal person.
No, it doesn't.
Oh,
they don't cancel out.
oh. Wait, one more left and we get it right.
All right, we can arrange that. You say so.
I do say so.
Look, what we're going to do, you're going to kill me. I'm going to get into a fist fight with Anubis, and then you're going to cast Revivify as soon as I start losing. And we'll just keep doing that.
You really
Speaking of
trust in
Anubis,
our
I will
timing.
say that. Never mind.
I'm gonna restart my roll 20.
It's a flawless software.
Mm.
I have to close every tab every time I restart roll 20. Like it just completely craps out my my stuff.
Another 6 for initiative. What the fuck?
Roll 20 is without any mistake.
Of course.
Our glorious corporate overlords could do no wrong.
Are we rolling for initiative?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh
Oh,
no!
Oh,
That's karma from the Knolls.
Oh.
Foskra is just too eepy.
Oh.
I'd like to point out that during the Knoll fight, Foskra, pretty much every turn you saw in the corner of your screen, Reed will remember that.
Move on to a goodness.
Why did I roll that
What?
20?
What, every time I attack the Flint?
Pretty much every time you did anything.
Why is it important for Reed to remember me fighting Knowles? It's not the first time. Won't be the last time.
You just don't get it, Foshka.
No, I don't. That's what I'm asking.
You just don't get it.
You don't understand.
You ain't like us folk.
You don't understand anything about me.
I'm an important
Look,
and
the low initiative for
multifaceted
Foshka right now
character.
is going to be canonized as he's not used to being pulled around by magic bullshit, okay?
There's some vertigo.
I'm pretty sure he's just going, ooh,
No,
pretty
the
lights.
canon is actually that Foshka's just too eepy.
Too eepy.
EP.
Lizard
I love how
mode.
Lorenz rolled 20.
Yeah, the headache's gone. He's able to think clearly now.
You're
I
reaching
can see.
maximum
I can
power.
fight.
Okay, Arthur.
Yeah,
I'm about to
my
see
grades
Lorenz
suck.
pulled out like twin maximized guiding bolts.
I can't do that yet.
Oh.
Just quick and spell that shit. Fire him off like a goddamn machine gun.
Well, I did imbue one of my cards.
Leora, I would like you to roll me a history check.
Remarkable. Not great.
It's a
Not
7.
remarkable.
Not remarkable.
You know your royalty lineages in and out from your upbringing. You recognize the same or similar facial features and structures as the Edo line, but you don't recognize this specific one. It is not the still living one that ferried you away from the Twin Blades on the first session. Perhaps a relative. You know them to be quite competent warriors.
The clothes are familiar.
Oh,
Time
no.
to kill.
Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is initiative. And let me put up some better music.
Every time.
Who left?
The Vulpinal begins and
Oh, you're
mutter
cutting
in-
out bad.
Am I cutting out? Yes, alright. But the Vulpinal begins to whirl the halberd in the mutter an incantation. You can see starlight begin to gather around himself and the 3 spider-like creatures around him. But you're up first, Lorenz. You had a prescient warning, and you are certainly in your fight or flight mode right now. What would you like to do?
Correct. Actually gonna use a spell I haven't used as of yet. Magic Missile.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Magic missile, my beloved.
And I will target the first 2 closest spider, and then the marauder in the center.
Go for it.
That. Oh.
It's the same for all of them. So you're
okay.
targeting the 2 closest ones as well as the Vulpinal.
Yes.
Alright. 3 motes of your own starlight lances out with dizzying speed that immediately bursts into the side of the 2 spiders and sort of sends the Vulpinal taking a half step back with a grunt. Those hit.
Okay. And no, I'm gonna save it for later. That will be the end of. No, wait. I'm gonna move. I'm gonna move over to the side over here. And then that will be the end of my turn.
Awesome. The halberd comes to a halt and slams against the ground, and you can see tendrils of starlight erupt over the 3 spiders around it. You can hear the voice call out, "Desmond, I invoke thine turnings." And the spiders, all 3 of them, begin to move with this sort of alacrity. The legs pull up and down much quicker. The chittering becomes higher pitched faster. I'm going to draw a line. Forgive my freehand this encounter. Alright. Fenton, you're up.
Okay. Oh man. I'm going to pull out the lute, start playing, and again going to inspire Big Man Foshkra.
Go for it.
I will also ready an action to fire crossbow bolt at the first creature to approach us.
Awesome. Alright, is that your turn?
I'll call out as well. Stranger, who are you? Why bring us here?
One of the Ado line. You have no place being here. I should be the one asking the question. The spiders scuttle forward. 2 of them specifically.
Guttling.
You can go ahead and make your ready to action against the one up here, Fenton.
Okay. It's been a while since Fenton shot a crossbow, I'll tell you what.
Oh.
He still got it.
Like riding a bike.
He still got it.
8
points.
Piercing.
There's a squeak as it sinks into the fleshy, sort of vertical thorax of this creature. Yeah, that hits.
Excellent.
But it's not going to stop it. They are both going to scuttle forward, one right here, and one right here. It's going to make 2 attacks against you, Lorenz, and 2 attacks against you, Reed. That is going to be... Let's see. Let me see. The first one is going to be an 11 against you, Lorenz, and the second one is going to be a 7. Not roll very high.
Those do not hit.
And against you, Reed, the first one will be a 13 to hit, and the second one will be a 16.
The second one does hit.
Second one does hit. You will take 7 points of piercing damage and 5 points of poison damage.
Ooh. Pain of a new realm.
This one's going to move a little bit forward, not all the way. And it is going to... Foshkar, I would like you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah!
A whitish blue web emerges from the abdomen of this spider with a shriek. It tries to glance out and entangle you, but you're able to evade it quite easily.
Hell yeah.
To redraw the lines. I should pick up my mouse, actually. Hang on.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's
It's
busting
getting
out the mouse.
serious.
We're in trouble, guys.
Oh.
We're all in trouble.
Reed, you are up.
Serious?
My days of playing MMOs are saying like shapes, avoid the shapes.
No, my days of MMOs are saying that's a buff. Break the lines.
Break the lines, break the concentration. I'll raise my shield up against the spider, raise my staff high. I'm going to cast Shillelagh on it, point to the sky, and start laughing and say, I can grow here too. I will use my action to activate the symbiotic entity because I do not wish to die.
Go for it.
Good.
And
Again.
the halo of spores will pour out from all of my wounds, and I will direct them onto the spider that attacked me. A con save for a pretty high damage roll. Nice.
Alright, Constitution saving throw. The Astral Stalker will succeed on that.
So that is no damage.
Alright.
I will hold my ground.
You can hear a chitter. These spores seem a little bit unsure of what to do, confused by the physiology of this thing, but is it your turn?
Yes.
Alright, Chain, you're up.
All right. Chain will go for a good old Sonic Blade on that one right there.
Go for it. Wow.
Again! Hold
And
on,
since
hold on.
Lorenz
Someone
is-
run some probabilities.
And since Lorenz is within 5 feet, I get sneak attack.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, that absolutely. The Psychic Blade comes slicing through, and you can see this thing shriek and stagger backwards, but it sort of pushes off into the air and begins to float in a slow descent off this platform.
Oh,
The haste effect will fade on the lines. There's only two left.
Yes. Then bonus action, he will throw another blade at that one.
Go for it.
oh.
This
Aww.
one scuttles out of the way.
And then Chain will go behind this rock for safety.
Alright.
And that's
The rock
Chain's
of safety.
Alright. Leora, you're up.
Okay. Is bless an action or
Bless is an action, yes.
okay? Mm. I'm going to cast bless on Reed, Foshkra, and Lorenz.
Gotcha.
I am blessed.
And that will be my turn.
Alright, I'm adding the token markers, and I'll add your concentration marker there. With a muttered prayer in the air. Foshkra, you are up.
All right. Well, you know what time it is.
Oh yeah.
Foshkra is going to rage. I'm not ruining my voice tonight by screaming out. And he is going to run up here, right in the face of the Marauder. The flames are going to channel into his claws. They're going to elongate and burst in fire. As he's running, he drops down and just like lopes towards him at like flaming speed. You see the flames that emit from under his scales kind of gather in his chest and move up to his throat. So as he gets to this spot here, he stops and just lets forward a roar as he lets forward his version of Burning Hands.
Go for it.
And I'm trying to figure out how I can get that to... There it is. So they need to make a dex save. That would be... They save on an 11 or higher.
Awesome. The spider will fail. The warrior will not.
Okay. So 3d6.
Half on a success. All right. Let's see. Gotcha.
And that is my turn.
That is your turn. All right. You can see the surrounding area around you. The little glyphs on these 3 stones begin to and move. The warrior raises his hands in the air and some strange language, and bursting from these 3 sigils are 3 more of these little spiders.
Ooh.
Oh,
Son of a bitch!
Lorenz, you are up.
hi.
Okay, well, seeing this really changes things. Okay, Lorenz is going to go up here to a little bit more of an advantageous position, and he is going to do his signature guiding bolt on the warrior here.
Gotcha. $19 will hit.
And actually, can I upcast that to a level 2 spell slot?
Unfortunately, not after you roll.
Not after I roll? Okay, so I know that for next time.
Gotcha.
Alright, and here we go.
19 hits. A bolt of cold slams into this thing, sending it another half step backwards. Yeah, absolutely. Becomes sort of encased in a shimmering light. The next attack will have advantage.
Okay, and actually, as a bonus action, Lorenz will try to telekinetically pull the Marauder just 5 feet towards him.
Interesting. All right.
I still don't know how the math on this works. DC
Can
8
you-
plus proficiency and ability
Awesome.
modifier.
So your proficiency bonus is currently +2. That's tied to your level. It'll increase as you level up, but 8 plus 2 would be 10. Then your ability modifier that's increased by telekinetic, which would be your charisma since you're a sorcerer. So that would be 10 plus your charisma modifier, which would be
4?
+4 indeed. 14.
Okay.
All right. DC 14. What kind of saving throw is it?
It is a strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw. It will fail.
Okay.
Get over here.
5 feet towards Lorenz.
Awesome. A telepathic jaunt in the air sort of ragdolls this thing slightly closer, some telekinetic force pushing it near.
And then that will be my turn.
Awesome. Let's
Maybe
see.
getting it out of position will prevent some of the sigil stuff. Or we
Big
could just
brain.
toss it off the island and see what happens.
can see it take another step back. Foster, you may roll an attack of opportunity.
Yeah. All right.
That
Does
will
a
hit.
24 hit?
Correct.
And since this is with claws, I know it says, does the additional effect of enraged claw come in or no?
I don't know if you can roll attacks of opportunity with your beast barbarian abilities, but I will check in a second.
Yeah, because for claws, it's just when making a claw attack, you can make a second claw attack with the same action.
Yes, you can.
Awesome.
Let me see. It's considered a simple melee weapon that you're wielding. You may, yes.
Alright.
So,
So the first one hits, deals 7 or 5 slashing, 2 fire.
oh, sorry, no. You
Oh.
won't be able to use the 2 attack feature on it, unfortunately.
Okay. Alright, no worries.
Alright. But that is still a hit, sort of gouging into its side as it turns back and moves. You can see it again whirl its halberd, and it will say, Gerslan, I invoke thine rage, and a shimmering screen of purple-white fire erupts between these spiders. Let me see.
Uh-oh.
I am going to
Is
use
one
my
read
mouse
about
to
to be
draw.
two read?
Let me see.
Reed is in a bad spot.
Reed, you do not feel any effects currently, since it is a very thin thing. But you feel your fur being singed with this burning hot, her horrible, hang on. Let me see. This heat.
Why is it always fire?
Fire's fun.
Gonna look like a. Gonna be furthest soon.
All right. Those of you with history and Leora, you may history check.
No.
Oh, terrible. Leora, yes.
Leora, you know this to be a constellation knight. They are warriors of the Inari dynasty, called upon stars for powers. Since the Volpanels believe that the stars above are souls that burn with great power, certain constellations that make up the imagery of a deity can be called upon for power. It seems like this Volpanel is calling upon different deities for different effects.
Well.
So the spiders are the stars in the constellation of pain.
Fenton, you're up. There is a about 5-foot tall curtain of fire that obscures sight between the individual connections of these spiders.
Okay. Fenton might have rolled a poor history check, but me as a player, I was just perplexed why this ancient Volpanel was calling upon the name of Desmond. But now I understand.
The symbol of Desmond is an hourglass.
There you go. Okay, Fenton. The second combat starts. Fenton. Combat is very musical for him, of course. Playing a song on his lute initially, but dropping that to switch to his crossbow, he would have switched to humming and bird-like singing as well. So there's still music being performed as he now pulls out his rapier. But at this point in the song, he will cast another point of bardic inspiration over on Chain. Bird-like singing, yes. That Chain finds inspiring. And I will attack the stalker directly in front of me with my rapier.
Go for it. That will hit.
Excellent. For 5 piercing.
5 points of piercing. There's a shriek and some purple blood spilling from it. All right. Is that your turn?
It is.
All right. The stalkers are up. This one's going to move to you, Foshka. And it is going to try to bite you.
Okay.
Redraw these in a second. But these ones, this one's going to dash. Actually, no, this one will move, will move here. And it's going to try to web you. So first, go ahead and roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Ah.
A piece of webbing, spectral, spurts from the astral stalker here and wraps around you. You're currently restrained. So that means this astral stalker will have advantage on you. That's going to be an 18 to hit.
Yep.
That is going to be
Oh,
5
I'm sorry.
points of
I
piercing. Sorry.
should have had a. I should have had advantage on that.
Since you have danger sense. Yes, go ahead and reroll.
Yes. 18.
Hey!
That is a success.
Hell
It will
yeah.
not have advantage. All right. So that's going to be an 18 to hit you still, unfortunately.
Yep.
But that is going to deal 5 points of piercing and 2 points of poison damage.
Okay, so 4 points total.
Yes. This one is going to move up here. All right. The ones down here. One of them is going to attack you again, Reed.
Try.
That is going to be a 16 to hit,
That hits.
which is going to deal 5 points of piercing damage and 3 points of poison damage.
Okay, we're good.
Ow.
And this one is going to move here a little bit and attack you, Fenton. So that is going to be
I will
a 7 to hit. Sorry?
Well, okay. I'll say I was going to use Silvery Barbs. Silvery Barbs does not specify being used before the DM gives an answer.
That's when I ask what hits you. And if it does, then you can say no, and I will ban that spell in about 3 levels' time.
It's like the only reaction spell like that that doesn't have that. Anyways, 7 does not hit me.
7 does not hit you. Alright. That is their turn. I will redraw. But Reed, you are up.
Ah.
Would Reed have gotten an opportunity attack on the Astral Stalker that moved from here to right there?
You would have actually, yeah. Go ahead and give me an attack of opportunity.
I cast Bonk.
Cast the bomb. Traditional spell. Alright.
So that'll be 5 plus 6 necrotic.
Fear the power of the bonk.
5 plus 6 necrotic. Alright. That does not quite kill it, but you can hear a shriek and it.
Big cutout, Phil.
Oh, you hear a shriek and it definitely is hurting, but is not quite dead. But Reed, you are up.
Ah. I
Roll me a
know.
3d6 Fenton for what you sent me in your private channel.
No.
Go ahead, Reed.
Oh dear.
It's time for some bad medicine. I'll touch the ground, and like one end of a magnet attracting the opposite polarity, I will pull the animating force from these things into myself. I'll cast Wither and Bloom. Wither on the 2 spiders as an entirely unfortunate roll. And then Bloom on myself. So the 2 spiders need to make a con save.
All right. That will be. Let me see. A 19 and a 3.
Okay, so the 3 will take 2, and the 19 will take 1.
All right.
And the bloom part will affect myself, and I will roll one of my hit die and heal 7.
All
And
right. Awesome.
I will have my spores target this thing and try to take root.
Constitution saving throw. That will be 13.
That fails.
All right.
So 6 damage. Excellent.
6 damage. You can see this thing is struggling and is not having a good day.
Grr. Reed will step out of the fire line. Does not feel like getting burned more. That's my
Alright.
turn.
Shane, you're up.
All right. Well, seeing that dude just keeps summoning more things, Shane's gonna take 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35,
Rogues.
40.
He's
He can't
currently
see past the lines,
obscured,
right?
yes, unless you're
Alright.
over very high height.
Then he's gonna throw a Sonic Blade at that Spoder.
Go for it.
Yes, open a path. Open a path.
25 will hit.
Let me at him.
And since Foshkra is right there, sneak attack.
Ooh.
Awesome. Let me see. Yeah, the blade sinks into this thing. You can squeal, but that doesn't quite kill it.
Then he's gonna use his bonus action to throw another one.
Go for it. A 15 will hit.
Perfect. And cannot do sneak attack twice, so take that off and roll.
9 points of psychic with a
Oh wait, no,
shriek.
that was a roll, not a. I pushed the
Okay.
wrong button.
8.
8 points a second.
That is the right button. All right.
Yes.
Still enough. The thing shrieks, and that portion of the curtain will fall.
Yes.
Nice.
All right. Is that your turn?
Yep, that is all that Shane can do.
There
A
you're
good
up.
hunt.
Okay, I am going to use one of my sorcery points. And I'm going to use Twin Spell on Firebolt.
Awesome.
And I would like to target the 2 spiders that are on our little portion of the island.
Note that there is something in melee with you. If you're using a spell or a range attack, you'll have disadvantage unless you are willing to move away and risk an opportunity attack.
Yeah, I'll move away. I'll risk the opportunity attack.
Alright, the spider will try to bite you on your way out. That will be a natural 1.
Wonderful. You got befuddled
Alright.
by the flowy robes.
Can't poison clothes.
Or try to bite the tail that's not actually there.
Oh.
No. I don't think it hits. 9.
9 will miss, unfortunately.
Bummer.
Second one. 19 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage for that one. 6 points. The shriek, you can hear the fire wrap around this thing's body. It's not happy.
Okay, and
Is that your turn?
yes.
Alright. Foshka, you're up.
Alright.
Kick its ass.
I am going to get right back up in this fucker's face. And this is going to be reckless.
Go for it.
So 15, and I am blessed. So let me add a d4.
Wow.
16.
16 will hit.
Awesome. All right.
With the encouragement from Leora, you guided right to the mark. That is going to be, yeah, that'll hit for 10
All right.
points.
And since this is claws, I get to do a second one. Question: can I use the ensnaring capability of the claw attack between the two swipes or after the full attack action?
Between the two swipes, they're considered separate attacks.
Okay, awesome. So then with the first attack, I'm going to hook my claws around its neck and attempt to drive him down, attempting to make him prone.
Does ensnaring, is it one of those that I have to be, or is that just a general thing you can do?
When you
Oh,
hit
no,
one of
no,
these-
never mind. Yeah, oh, absolutely. That. All right. That will be an athletics check, contested against yours, since you are raging.
at
That is a 19
advantage.
to beat. That hits. Yeah.
So he
You're
is
able
now
to
knocked
knock it prone.
Yep, knocked prone, and the second claw comes down again with a 22
That'll hit.
for another
All right.
7 points of damage.
For sure. Can I
Nice.
say, as a lore bard, my bardic inspirations can be used as damage if you would like as well.
Oh, they can.
They can, and healing.
Ooh. Then yeah, I'll add the 1d6 to the second attack.
Go for it. Roll additional damage.
2.
2. Nice.
Nah, not bad. All right. Yeah, I was thinking of using the inspiration if the athletics check wasn't up to snuff.
All right.
That'll be my turn.
Environment has. Let me see. Is not recovered yet. All right. Lorenz, you're up.
That's why he's on the turnover
Okay.
twice.
So we're gonna try out this new thing. We're going to upcast Guiding Bolt. Name it.
At the prone,
Yeah, yes, at the prone.
Note that
Yeah.
range attacks on prone creatures have disadvantage.
Oh, they have disadvantage.
Melee attacks have advantage, so it is a trade-off.
Okay.
Can you pick it up again with your second claw attack?
I mean, I can't. I could technically
That's
attempt
not
to
in the
move him with
rules.
the second one.
It's not in the rules. Go ahead, Lorenz.
I'll just go ahead and give it a shot. Why not?
I believe
No,
you
you.
are
Alright.
blessed.
You do have Bless, so you do have initial 1d4 on the...
Okay, and how do I do advantage, disadvantage? Oh, there we go, disadvantage. Oh, it's easy. Okay.
1d4.
Go ahead and roll the 1d4.
Oh, that's gonna make the difference.
Hashtag blessed.
15, unfortunately, just
No.
barely skids off this.
Oh,
Ah,
Almost there.
darn.
Sorry, lore.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything else that he can do, so that will be my turn.
Awesome. The Vulpinal stands. With the motion is going to, let's see, move around here. Drop the curtain of flame. And you can hear as it raises its halberd, it's going to say, oh, I accidentally deleted read. Instead.
no, don't delete me.
He got the bath.
Oh no.
Gone, reduced to dust.
Dissolves if he gets into water.
Well,
That
it is
going
called
to-
the Astral Sea.
Yes. It's going to shout, Desmond, I call upon thine hourglass, and is going to recast the curtain of haste. Foshker, I would like you to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
You resist the effects of a slow spell cast. Nice.
Fuck you.
You can feel your muscles briefly slow down. Some curse, but you're able to fight through it through sheer anger. And it is going to action surge and attack you thrice with its halberd at advantage.
oh.
Yeah, because I did reckless.
Let's see. All right. The first attack is going to be 21 to hit.
Yep.
That's going to be a 19 to hit.
Yep.
And a 24 to hit, so that's 3
Yep.
hits.
I'm gonna Silvery Barb's the third.
The third, alright, so that's reroll.
It is a reroll.
And then it's going to be a 23 to hit.
Damn. Fushker gets the advantage from it, though. Well, Chain gets the advantage from it.
I like the decision making there. That's going to be 4 points of slashing damage for the first, 9 points of slashing damage for the second one, and 8 points of slashing damage for the third one.
Ooh.
Okay, so 9 reduced to half would be
So
6.
2, 5, and 4 points of damage for a cumulative of 11 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Fenton, you're up.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep trying to work at the one in front of me. Rapier.
Go for it.
Fenton rolls so
20
much
will
better
hit.
than Tanavar. I'm amazed. 6 piercing.
All right, that will kill that one.
Okay, then without a creature in front of me, I will step forward a little bit more and give my last point of inspiration to read as this
Go for
song
it.
continues.
I'm filled with determination.
Alright, the spiders are up. This one will continue to attack you, Reed. So that is going to be a 9 to hit, which I presume misses.
Yep.
That bites on thin air. And then this one is going to try to web you again.
Okay, bring it.
Go ahead and roll me a dexterity saving throw with advantage. That will succeed. This one did not recover on its web yet, but it is going to move here to preserve the triangle. And it will dodge. Alright. Shane, you're up.
Wait,
Bring
I
it down.
think Reed got deleted from the order.
Oh!
I'm at 10.
You're at 10, alright. I will add you back.
Remember, Fel can giveth, and Fel can taketh away.
Reed, you're up.
Ah. Oh, very well. I'll leave this spider to the rot, and I will have it make a con save.
It will roll a natural 20.
Oh.
Very well. Have a nice day. It can get an attack.
It will make an attack opportunity. It also rolls a natural 1.
Wow.
Fel giveth and Fel taketh away.
Is Fel the dice now?
4, 5.
Look, I am also subject to the whims of Roll20. You're not alone.
Alright. So, as I walk I am going to grab a stone floating in the air, and I will cast again as a bonus action magic stone
Awesome.
on whatever this star stuff is.
Sure thing.
And from the meager range of 10 feet, I'm going to reenact what I did to Chain and smack this fox-shaped asshole with a stone.
Go for
Or
it.
is it?
19 will hit.
Max
10 points
damage.
of bludgeoning. And an infused stone zooms towards the slams into its skull. You can see it stagger a bit before getting its footing.
You really not know why we were brought here.
I know where he must be taken. And that is to the halls of Anubis.
I'm sworn to another. Your turn.
Chain, you're up.
All right. And I have advantage on this attack thanks to good old Fenton.
You do.
Gonna eat the psionic blade.
You have taken the
Go for it.
fentanyl.
16 unfortunately does not hit.
You have a-
Am I able to use the Bardic Inspiration still on that roll? Or does that have to be before you say if it hits or misses?
Let me look at Bardic Inspiration.
it-
I probably
it
should have
doesn't-
given you more time.
It doesn't need to be before the DM as per the rules, but
Alright, then you can use it.
All right. So Chain will mimic the song that Fenton whistled and
Nice.
hummed, and beat an extra 3 to that attack roll.
That will hit.
Perfect, perfect. We love it.
13 points, nice.
And then he will use his bonus action to throw another one.
Go for it.
Ooh,
25 will also hit.
that was almost a crit.
For 8 more damage.
Nice. Is that your turn?
Chain will look at the Marauder and say, you first, in response to him saying that we need to go to the halls of Anubis.
Awesome.
And that'll be Chain's turn.
Leora, you're up.
I am going to cast a firebolt on the Marauder.
Go for it. $15 unfortunately will miss.
Okay, that will be my turn this round.
Alright. Foshka, you're up.
All right. Let's see if I can't claw this son of a bitch down. Oh, bless.
I'm not sure if Bless will take you.
No,
above.
I don't think bless will take me over it. Nope.
I don't think Bless will help you with that one, no.
All right,
I
so
can
second
scratches
one.
across its armor.
16. That one I'll add bless to.
I think Bless
You
can
should.
only fix that one.
Say again?
Bless can only fix that one.
That will hit. That will be a hit. Yep.
All right. For
7
7 points.
Awesome.
And making an athletics check to use the ensnaring capabilities, I'm going to try to swing him around to this square here.
Doing so will break the triangle and thus will negate the bond.
Yes.
If he's higher than an 11. He doesn't
Oh.
move because it's contested.
Let me see before I redraw them. He does. Alright.
Yep.
Command Z it is. Command Z only works once on Roll20. There's no continuity. Okay. Alright. If you Command Z again, it will just redo what... Okay. Alright, Roll20. But yes, it resists the claw, plants its feet in the ground. You can hear the scratch of the halberd across the stone. Alright. That is
it.
I cannot draw straight lines. Alright, there we go. This is why I'm not an artist. Let's see if these spiders reemerge. They do not. Lorenz, you're up.
Okay, Lorenz is gonna move over here, and we're gonna try this one more time. I am determined.
Beat him up, beat him up.
He's standing, so you don't have a disadvantage anymore.
Yep. So, normal upcasted guiding bolt.
Go for it. 25 will hit. Upcast 2.
Yes.
Hell
Okay.
yeah.
$14 points of radiant. You can see the bolt of cold light burst in your chest. You can hear broken breathing coming from it. The hand that's holding the halberd drops it. You can hear the clatter against the ground, but it soon, kind of like fireflies emerging from the sky, discorporates into bits of light and flows upwards. You can see this thing distorting, becoming one with the starry skies above. Its body begins to dissolve into this astral sea, turning into light that fades away. And you can see it sort of drop to a knee, look towards you, Lorenz, and say, "I knew you would, child of the star." And it discorporates, and within a blink of a second, you find yourself breathing warm air that smells of something beyond ozone. You can feel grass beneath your feet, and you find yourselves in a now just beginning to be sunny day.
Ugh. Are there still 2 stones in my hand?
What do you mean?
2 of the floaty stones from the astral sea.
The ones from the astral sea are gone.
Oh, no, no. The second chance to get a trophy and it's failed.
Mm.
Yeah.
And
Pushker's
thus you
still
find
raging. They're just
yourselves-
like looking around, like,
Where'd they go? Where'd we go?
Back to the prime material, Foshka.
You're back on the prime material, a rude awakening in mind.
alright. Rage fades. Foshker kind of just like shakes his head. Bloody scratches on his body from the halberd.
Lorenz has
Reed.
his arms crossed very tight against his chest.
Oh, Reed is definitely going to get into Loren's personal space here.
Prepare yourself.
Child of stars. Is that what you are?
I don't know.
Hmm.
I haven't heard that name before.
Can I see if he's telling the truth or attempting to deceive me?
You can roll an insight check, create if you'd like.
Yeah! PvP roleplay.
Lorenz, are you lying in any way?
No.
No. Doesn't seem to be lying.
Fuck you, I want lore.
Reed. Reed, give him some space.
Huh.
He is of Openham. Perhaps there is more to it, but Child of the Stars seems fitting enough. Lorenz, I do have to ask though. You mentioned before this is now your third foray into the astral.
It is, yes.
Was the first time, was it like that? That was what brought that about? That the Starfall and the Twin Blades, but this was random.
That's what happened the first time. Almost. Not quite the same. This one, I. Would Lorenz have to make a check to assume that it was caused by someone else?
Roll me a charisma check.
Okay.
Let's just check with more of your spellcasting modifier. See how in tune you are with what happened.
Ooh, here we go.
Lorenz, you feel that there was some connection, like a ship reading a beacon that lit up. The headache you felt was from something, you don't know what, but it seems to have caught the attention of whatever this thing. You have the unsettling feeling that this thing was not necessarily after the stone, it was after you.
Okay. Franz is going to turn his head away. And he's going to look back to Reed, sort of shuffling a little bit to give himself some more space. It was caused by someone else. I'm not sure about any of the details, but that's all I can assume.
You assume. The only thing you can assume is that us being pulled into another dimension was caused by something.
Something with intention, something. I'm not sure. I'm confused about it myself. Okay, I don't. I've never done this before.
The first time as well, Lorenz. The second?
The first time I came across it by accident. I was traveling, and I fell down into a pit, an endless abyss, and when I came to, I don't quite remember.
You don't remember what happened in the astral, or?
I barely. I get flashes. I get the feelings sometimes. It's unclear.
What do you remember, Lorenz? I don't mean to pry, but I think it is essential that we know.
I can remember the light, the colors, everything sort of made of parchment paper and these flashes, but they're always fleeting, never together.
Were you hurt when you awoke?
No, I was fine as I could have been.
All the creatures that have bound us, taken us to that place. Vulpinals, foxes, all of them.
Well, it's their culture. It's the stars. I can't say that I'm fully surprised.
Does the dynasty exist in this realm of stars too?
I don't know. I would be horrified if the answer was yes, but I don't know enough.
We have proven we can kill them to free ourselves. We have proven we can stop them. Do you think you could take us there?
Back to the astral plane.
Yes.
I'm sorry to tell you, but that's a little beyond my abilities now.
How far beyond your abilities is it really?
Far enough that I can't go back.
All of you see your own limitations as concrete. I think time will change that.
What, do you think I'm not trying hard enough? You don't think that it would be a convenient exit for me every time that I got in trouble? Oh, I'll just pop into the astral plane. It doesn't work like that. I don't know how it works. Okay? If I could do it at will, I would do it at will. It doesn't happen.
That place felt so different. It was like I could reach out and rearrange the stars. I was tempted to do that, but I was taken out. Do you not feel the same? Like you should force your will on it.
I don't think we see things the same way.
Perhaps that is why you are so unsure of your abilities.
What does that mean?
I have things to prepare. Someone else talk with the fox.
Oh yes, go on, scampering off.
Reed does indeed scamper off.
Lorenz. There's something more here. I take the answers that you gave Reed already as self-evident. I don't expect you to I don't know, understand, but do you think you will know before this happens again?
Before, I got a migraine. headache, worst one I've had in years. I thought it was just, the head just starts hurting. I was tired, but it just got worse and worse, and then it reached a point where I could no longer ignore it, and I felt an overwhelming sense of urgency to wake everyone before this happened. Um, I think if it happens again, I'll know. But again, this is the first time I've felt that way. I can't promise anything.
I understand. Well, do tell us, should you feel similarly. And please tell us, should you remember more of your first visit to the astral. I can't help but assume it's vastly important.
Perhaps it is.
Are the rest of you all right?
I will be fine enough.
It's over there with a semi clean cloth, wiping at the fresh cuts on himself.
I somehow was able to come out without a scratch, so yes, I'm fine.
You can hear strong snoring emanating from the caravan in which Belle sleeps.
I'm gonna glare at the caravan.
I want to go tip it over.
Leave him be, Voskra. And you, Leora? You alright?
A little shaken, admittedly, but I'll be okay. How's your head now, Lorenz?
It feels fine. It feels clear, like it never hurt in the first place.
Good. If you get any more of those headaches, please let us know.
Yes, I will.
I'm glad you're all right, all things considered.
I'm glad you're all right.
Partially have you to thank for that. Who knows how it would have gone if you hadn't woken anybody.
I felt like I was going mad.
It's not a fun feeling to have.
No, it's not.
Well, we were ready enough. Ready as we could have hoped to have been. I find that I think we fight quite well. As a group, yes?
Well, none of us have died yet.
There is something to be said about that. Fenton will play a couple soft notes on his lute, and he will give Fushkra a little health.
7 points of health. That will put Foshkra back at a very healthy amount. Not full, but good. As like the cuts like kind of knit back together. Looks over at Fenton and
At least you did not go down as easily as you did in the circle.
There's a reason I tend to keep my distance, Fushkra. It is a fighting style of my own, perhaps.
Strength comes in many different shapes. Shall heat up something for us to have while we wait for that to wake.
he juts his chin out at the snoring caravan. At least before walking over to the embers of the fire from last night, reigniting it and heating up the food he had made last night.
Liara, can I talk to you for a second?
Of course. And she would go walk over and sit beside him.
Lorenz is actually going to sort of shimmy away to where most of the party can't hear them.
She will follow him right on over.
So, I trust you understand the nature of discretion.
Of course.
You more than, well, maybe not more than anyone, but that's beside the point. I don't feel this information is safe out loud, but I got the distinct feeling that person who dragged us or whatever to the astral plane was not after the stone. They were after me. I cannot tell you why, because I don't know.
She would look down and she would kind of try to recall everything that was said and how whenever we first encountered him, that he called us thieves and said that the stars were not for us. And then she would look back up and she would kind of remind him of what was said by very quietly speaking back to him. He called you a star, and then he called you a child of the stars. I don't think that was just a reference to being a Vulpinal.
I don't think so either, as much as I want to believe otherwise.
Are you Vulpinal?
I am, as far as I'm aware.
He takes off his nose stripes and turns into a bat.
Yes, I am. I don't feel quite safe telling more about myself just now, but needless to say, I have no experience with things of this nature, and it frightens me that my inexperience may get us all in deeper danger than we already are if this is the case.
I understand. That's part of why I had to let everyone know about my own. That said, if you don't feel safe yet, that's all right. We will keep you safe.
Yes, I understand, but now it comes to a question of how responsible am I if I don't tell everyone now? If I tell everyone that I'm perhaps the one who has caused this incident, will they cast me aside?
You and I share a lot of fears, seems. But considering I also was afraid of that given our run-in with the only other choir folk I've ever met in my life, I'm still part of this group. You may have to talk with them, and you may have to answer questions that you don't know the answer to. Answer them to the best of your ability, of course, but we won't cast you out.
I deeply appreciate that, Leora. Thank you.
Of course.
You can sort of see Lorenz is kind of struggling to keep his emotions in check. His eyes are watering a little bit, glinting in the sunlight.
She would reach up and put her hand on his shoulder and just smile very gently at him. Say, it's okay. I'll be here whenever you're ready. And we'll keep you safe. We won't let anything happen to you.
He is going to pull her into a hug and embrace her really very tightly, but, comforting tight.
And she would return it. And she would stay there for as long as he needed to.
Couple seconds pass. Lorenz takes a few deep breaths. He collects himself, pats her on the back, and then lets go. Thank you. Thank you for being there.
Of course. I will always be there.
All right. I think the responsible thing to do is to tell the others about what I felt.
And I'm right here. And she would reach over and kind of hook her arm in his and gently, not like pressure or anything like that, but just gently face them towards the rest of the group and look over at him. Whenever you're ready.
He follows her lead, walking just a gentle pace back to the campsite. All right. I need everyone to listen for a second.
Chain kicks his bedroll that will not fold properly and turns to
I have nothing.
All ears.
I have not been entirely honest about my feelings with what happened. There was a distinct sensation, a distinct emotion, very vague but concise at the same time, that they were not after the stone, they were after me. And I fear that should these things keep occurring, it would be pertinent to know that I am the one that may be bringing all of this danger.
Are you saying that you are the reason why the star fell on our heads in the twin blades?
Oh. He's muted.
Uh-oh.
Oh my gosh, I just got interrupted at the worst time.
You're good.
No worries.
Do I need to repeat what Foshker said?
Unfortunately, yes.
he looks at Laura after he's done talking. He's like,
Are you saying that you're the reason why the star fell on our heads in the twin blades?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that this one here, that happened right now, may be the catalyst that inspired it. I'm not 100% sure. I have the impression that I am a part of it somehow. But any further details are beyond me.
So you are hunted by fox witches.
As if I didn't have enough things to worry about.
These things may very well be connected, though, as Fushkra connects it to the falling of the star. Forgive me for theorizing for moments, but we now know, Lorenz, you are the only Vopanal in our group, and the shards of Irika are very much a Vopanal affair. Our fates are intertwined in some way, but if you are the object of it, I am not surprised.
I would be very surprised.
Shane, do you have the shard?
Chain grabs like his water skin and shakes it. You can hear like something other than water, swishing around in there.
Fel, as soon as the shard is mentioned, I'm going to pay more attention to our guest. Is he still snoring? Is he?
Oh,
does
he is asleep.
Okay.
I know Reed may still be attuned to the thing, but it occurs to me now it has yet to be in the hands of a Vopanal. I don't know if you're willing to try and do the same, Lorenz, but we could learn something, perhaps.
What would you do with the ability to reshape an age?
I would understand it first. But ultimately, if I could change everything, I don't want to make the world better. Sorry, I can't,
You have an opportunity with us to solve a great mystery, to be a solution, or you can wander off in guilt and be killed alone.
I've been worried about this, but we need to know more, and we have nothing to lose if nothing happens. If I hold the shard, and everything to gain if something happens if I do.
Yes, find your confidence. Give it to him.
Chain will pop the top off his water skin and kind of like put his beak in like the top hole and like tilt it back a little bit, grab the stone with his beak, then pull it out of the water skin, take it in his hand, and then hold it out for Lorenz.
And Lorenz is going to hold his left hand out.
Chain will just drop it into his hand.
He lets it sit there in the palm of his hand. He looks it over, sort of tilting it side to side, how the light bounces off or maybe through it.
You will need time and perhaps privacy from our guest. Bird, could you make sure that you accost the wolf and distract him?
Sure. If we need for a time to remain here, I can engage him in more conversation.
If he even decides to wake up this day.
This is true. Should he wake, I will approach him with a meal and some conversation.
Thank you, all of you.
Fox, we are all here for a reason. I would be remiss to think that you, that was dragged into that place with us at the Starfall, is not important. There were no accidents there.
No, I'm starting to think that maybe there's no such thing as accidents anymore.
Many claim the stained glass lens is named so because it's beautiful. The real meaning is in the divides. Think about that when you focus on the tear.
Maybe it's not good to think about negative things when, doing the thing. That's just my opinion, though.
Perhaps, or maybe I just need to try to approach it in my own way.
Trusting yourself and your intuition is always a good thing.
I'd like to hope so.
Give yourself some extra strength before you attempt.
And Foshkris holds out like one of the bowls and the pouch of powder
Fresh powder?
to Lore.
It is powdered flour from the sands.
Oh, I recognize this.
A bit of home.
It is. I used to eat this whole time with my closest friend.
Foshkris kind of gets like a grin.
Hot or sweet?
Are you getting hot?
This is good. Here.
And Lorenz is gonna take the bowl and the. Is it already like mixed in there?
Nope, he has not put
Oh,
any of the
okay.
powder in the bowl. He is letting you be the only one he's letting choose how much you put in.
Okay. Lorenz is gonna put a decent amount into there, and he is just going to dig in.
Foshkris takes the pouch back, ties it up nice and tight.
Just
Strength,
like home.
heat.
Good.
Strength and heat to fuel your day.
It clearly burns his tongue, but that's to him that's part of the appeal, and he chows down the meal, and he gives Voshkra a thankful look. Thank you. Sometimes it's hard to remember that there were good things back there.
I imagine the sands is different for us. You behind walls, me in the dunes. But yes, the sands is home.
Thank you. I'm going to. He sets the bowl down and takes a few steps away. I'm going to try and see if I can make sense of this. If not, I'll be back here soon.
Yes.
Take your time.
Lorenz is gonna drift off, not too far, but just like a decent way to kind of be alone with his thoughts. The shard. He'll hold it in both hands and clasp it tight between them together and just hoping for an inkling of something, anything.
Roll me a charisma check.
Okay.
Oh!
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah! Let's go!
Love it.
How so very appropriate. I love it.
It's like a dam breaking down and spilling over, but there's a brief surge of emotion that comes full circle into the feeling like something is reaching down, looking at you, but caressing you in a warm kind of light. It was a cry for help with such a slim chance of working that it would make no sense for it not to. The voice that you hear is female. It is, you can tell by the voice, educated, intelligent, with an edge to it that speaks of someone who has been through a lot, many hardships, seen but weathered all of them. There's a calm strength, but still it stands as a testament to the passing of time. It says, "Ah, child, do not be scared. The strings of fate pull you along. You will not know soon, but you have done no wrong. Come, look to the night sky. Remember that it is there for you. Do not forget that so long as you are under our star, you are under my sight. May you enjoy the day so that night looks out for you." And it fades.
So, I'm assuming that's it. Lorenz is now just sitting there after hearing that with the shard in both of his hands.
It wasn't the sound of Vilderhaven you now. It was something different. It does rotate about your head and pick up as you attune to it. But you feel slightly different, slightly stronger, more emboldened. The realization that there is something there out to you and that has seen your struggles is something quite profound.
Hello? Oh,
My internet's died. I don't know what happened.
okay, we are
What
back.
was the last thing I said?
There's something about the fact that you heard something was looking out for you as profound.
Yeah, but you do know that under all of the nights you have spent in the sands, that presumably this thing was watching.
Okay.
Alright.
And I'm assuming that that's
That is all you hear from it for
okay.
now.
So Lorenz is gonna take the shard, clutch it close to his chest, and he's just going to release just all of the emotion that he has been burying all this time. He is ugly sobbing and hunched over and shaking. After what feels like more than a handful of minutes of this, he wipes his eyes, his arms. He comes back to the camp holding the shard in his left hand. His eyes are still red, still wet, and he's breathing shallow and unsteadily as he carries it back.
Is it yours now?
No, I don't think so. I didn't hear what you heard, Reed. I heard something else. I'm Shane. I believe that you would want to hold back onto this.
Without a word, we're just going to turn around and just leave.
Lorenz, shakily pulls his hand out for Shane to retrieve the stone back.
Jane kind of like double checks, like looks at Lorenz to kind of like wordlessly double check that he's sure before he reaches out and takes it.
Lorenz nods his head.
Jane will take it and drop it back within his water skin.
How do you know it was a different voice than Reed had?
It was the way that Reed responded to your questions. I could have gathered that much. This, I unfortunately I can't tell you anything more helpful about the shards, other than I heard a voice, someone out there that saw me, not just now, but it's been watching me, and it was so soothing, and I just, that's all I wanted, is just to be seen, and I get it from a shard.
Yeah. Good. Good, that is well. Someone kinder than Vilderaven, then.
Leora would stand up from where she had been sitting and watching over him and walk over and put her arms around him just one more time to just silently let him know in ways that he could understand that it's okay and that we were here and that he's safe. He can cry as much as he needs, be as emotional as is required, but that he wasn't alone. And she would talk quietly and say, I can't speak for where you were or who we were before we met, but we will see as much as you allow us to.
Thank you. He once more hugs Leora quite tightly. Tears start flowing down his cheeks once more. I'm sorry. I can't. I couldn't tell you more. What I can tell you is that this voice it struggled to get out. It
Was it weak or
almost not. Yes, it was, but I could hear it. I could hear it quite clearly, almost. But it was like it was. I could feel the struggle.
was it? You said it was a feminine voice?
Yes.
Hey, Fel.
Yes.
Would I know that voice?
You didn't hear it.
Well, okay, would I be able to guess, based off of him saying that it was a weak female voice or feminine voice?
There's a very specific question you could ask that might answer it. I'll I'll type it in your channel.
Remarkable.
Laura, you glorious asshole, you made me cry.
I'm fucking sobbing.
Oh, you poor babies.
Session 6.
I did it.
Session 6 only? That's a new fucking record.
It's gotta
Nice
God.
answer.
Session 6, and you got 3, possibly 4 if Leora cracked.
Oh no, I'm okay at the moment. It almost got me. However, I'm okay.
You don't have to brag about it.
Stone cold. Stone cold, Leora.
I'm fine too, but
All right. So after asking about the quality of the voice and how strong it was, she would stop and think for a moment before asking one last question. What was her cadence like? Was it musical at all?
It was poetic, almost. No, it was.
Interesting.
That answers it.
I think I know who you were speaking with. Have you ever heard of somebody called Muse?
Lorenz wait, could you repeat that? I don't think I quite heard you.
Have you ever heard of somebody called Muse?
No, the name doesn't ring clear to me. Who?
Muse is the deity that relates to the choir folk. She's very frail. These days, anyway. But that was my goddess. That was my deity.
Lorenz is gonna go a little bit wide-eyed and blink. Sort of a confusion washing over him, but one that's out of curiosity. I don't believe I understand why would she talk to me?
She may have a connection with the Vulpinals. I don't know how strong it would be. But, and of course this is just a theory, I could be very incorrect. But the only thing I can think of off of the top of my head is that you were one of the original races like I was. Would Foshgra hear Muse?
I'm sorry, I don't think I follow. I'm Fulpanel.
Vulpinals and the lizard folk, along with the choir folk, they've always been here. For as long as anyone's been here, anyway.
I see. Sorry, I'm not quite as cultured.
It's quite all right. We have all the time in the world right now. We don't have to worry about that particular connection that you heard news. That's amazing.
Hey, I think it is. I heard the deity. Yours.
What was she like?
She didn't speak for long, but you could tell almost motherly in a fashion. She said that she saw me back in the sands and watching me. And that was enough.
It's wonderful.
Alright, time to wipe the tears away. I believe if there's no further questions, we have work to do.
You can look over and see that while the two of you have been having this kind of intimate conversation, Fenton has been frantically writing notes.
Shane looks over at Fenton and just like elbows him.
Smoke coming off of the quill.
The reed is nowhere to be seen.
Careful with your wrist there.
Sorry,
And
we don't want to forget.
And the camp is perfectly packed up and ready to go.
This is Fenton writing his next sending report.
No, you probably won't get this one. This is just for me and Fel. As long as you're recording, that is, Reed.
I am indeed recording this. Probably after around 10 or 15 minutes, Reed will come back. He does not have a staff.
Okay.
I did not know you could walk without that stick you always had.
It proved too weak. I will have to find another.
Foshka just shrugs and puts his pack on.
Did Foshkar roll up Chain's bedroll too?
Did you not see that I gave you instructions on how to do it yourself? I told you you're going to learn yourself this time. So if you didn't attempt after I tried to help you, then no, it's still on the floor.
God damn it.
All right. As you pack up for the day and begin to begin the arduous process of waking up Siren Bell in the morning.
Grabs the side of the fucking cart and starts rocking it back and forth.
Easy enough to start going, and soon an uneventful 4 hours travels passes, and you see the sprawl of a large city that seems to have expanded outwards more than upwards. Across the horizon, you can see numerous districts, numerous shanty towns. There doesn't seem to be any organization of the streets. It seems random, quite chaotic. A lot of the buildings seem uninhabited, strangely, and a lot of the perimeters of it seem unguarded, undefended, but there are lights, there are celebrations inside the center of the city as you make your way to the town of Ilasker. And we are going to end the session for tonight, as well as level up to level 4.
Ah!
Oh my god.
We get our first feat.
A real foot.
Alright, now I gotta
Oh,
figure out how to
holy
level up
moly.
in this.
No, Reed, you can't make me feel bad for the knoll with what you sent in my private channel. You cannot do that. No.
Look, certain things just do not vibe.
Alright. Wonderful session, guys. It was fun.
Holy.
Damn, that
I
Yay!
get to reroll, right? I get to reroll
You get
once.
to reroll ones, but if you get another one, it's over.
Gotta
Come
risk it
on.
for the fucking biscuit.
Double
Oh.
whammy.
Hey.
Hey, that's pretty
5
good.
is good. 5 is okay. I'll take 5.
I'm not trusting that ever again. I'm just
Oh my
doing average.
It's, yeah.
I
Alright, which
will.
one of you are rolling?
Hmm.
I love the roll. It's always fun.
Never again.
I rolled.
I will take average.
Wait, hold on.
I got 3 out of 6 of you. I'll get the other 3 sometime.
You
Nope.
got me too many times already, Phil.
Won't catch me slipping.
Oh, no, so that's 4 out of 6. Never mind. I have 2 left.
Won't catch me slipping.
left.
You won't catch me.
What a
Nope.
freaking session. I did not know where tonight was going, but wow.
I think roll 20 is fucking up my shit.
Yes.
This group is
If-
fucking up my shit.
Because I hit roll, but it's saying that my new hit points after leveling up is 26.
I think you can just add your con to it.
Yeah, but my con's only a +1. So how do I go from 15 to 26?
Oh.
Hold on, your max health was 15?
Yes.
Wow. It probably took both your rolls.
The
too.
bird is a twig!
Mine was only 16 until now.
Okay, so.
So if I took so if it's just because it's just 5, because I rolled 5, so it's 5 plus my con mod, right?
Yes.
That's what it is.
Yes.
Okay, so then I should be at 21, not 26.
I'm going to go ahead and shut off the recording. Does anyone have any last words for the internet?
Bye.
Well said.
Fucking Lorenz made me cry.